people waiting at the moment, and there's only one person who's commented.
No, we're on now live. Yep, here we are. We're on live. Hello, everybody. We're here. We're just getting on and just having a quick word, and then we're here. This is episode 114, and it of course is on a Thursday. But we'll be back to Wednesday next week, and that'll probably. I think this is just a one-off week with football, as far as I can see. So we'll be back as normal, but we're still here. Thank you, anyhow, everybody that's joining us, and big thank you to Delboy, as always. Let's just get on with it. I'll say, as I usually do, what have you been watching this week?
Yeah, well, you know me, I just like to say hello to everybody as well. You know, I know there's a few people watching, and I can see Si's left a comment already. Always great to see Si. He usually is the first person that's commented, little sod. But anyway, yeah, it's been bloody hot. It's not been nice for anybody, and of course, there's a lot of things going on in my life, but I just want to say a big thank you to Ian. First of all, he just listened to me babble on for about 10 minutes on just how bad things can be, and then but he never ever hears the good side, which is he allows me to be here, and he's a big supporter of me, and you know, and I don't know how to express it more than I do. So I just want to make it public that he's a big supporter of me, and I don't know what it would be like if I wasn't here on a Thursday or a Wednesday or whenever. I think my life would be a lot bloody darker than than I want things to be. But he's asked me a question: what have I been watching? And I've tried the very best to watch a range of things, but it's been a bit difficult as always. Now, I started off last week, or should I say at the end of last time we were on, I was saying that I watched the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man films because, as anybody knows, Spider-Man is on at the end of this month that's just started. So I watched The Amazing Spider-Man, just the one Spider-Man film this time, the first Andy Garfield iteration. And it's always nice to go back because sometimes you might have a different opinion on something. I tell you what, the strange thing about going to the cinema and seeing that film when it first came out was, am I gonna like this one? It's a different director, it's a different direction, it's a different person, it's a reboot, which I don't think a reboot's needed. There was all sorts of stuff like that going through my mind. Clear all that clutter away, and you can look at things afresh. That's what I tend to find, What now that period of time has changed now, and we're into the Tom Holland period and all of that sort of stuff. You can sort of look at it and go back and go, I could probably enjoy this for the first time because I'm probably being too bloody critical. Being Spider-Man's my sort of like character to watch as a superhero film, if you see what I mean. So I actually enjoyed myself watching it. I can always get past the fact that it's not totally 100% comic, sort of like true to its roots. Do you see what I mean? I mean, I know all about Kurt Connors and the Lizard and the parents of Peter Parker and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, at least it tried to bring them in. You know what I mean? But it's still not a fantastic film, but it does at least bring that despair Peter Parker has. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I'm a young man, all of this crap's happened to me. I've now got mixed emotions about who my real parents were, etc., etc. Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, I enjoyed watching it after a long period of time of not watching it. So that was good. Okay. So, wow, most of the stuff's been on TV, but some of it is not. I will say that. I watched Up the Chastity Belt because Up Pompeii was on last week.
Yeah.
Right. And Up the Chastity Belt always amuses me because there's there's a few films in the Up range. You know, you got Up the Chastity Belt, you got Up Pompeii. There is even Up the Front.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, a warish one.
Yeah.
Up the Chastity Belt always amused me because it was sort of like more in my ballpark of medieval England type thing. You know, it even starts off with one of those sort of classic lines. He goes, "They call me Lurk a lot because I do."
Yeah.
You know, because it's Camelot, Lurk a lot,
Yeah.
you know, all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, that sort of like just sums up Frankie Howerd to me. Frankie Howerd to me, it's just one of those ones where he just talked to the camera all the time.
Yes, right.
And he sort of like, he wanted to sort of like be your friend, but also, you know, stay at arm's length a little bit. You know what I mean? And he always treated the ensemble cast quite well because, I mean, Up Pompeii being one of my favorites, I used to like Nauseous. This sort of like young lad that couldn't, you know, that's a virgin and couldn't get a girl, you know, but he always wrote odes.
That's right. And they were awful. Yeah.
You know, they were terrible odes. You know, they were, you know, I mean, I wish I could remember them all, but they're things like, I'm just trying to think. I saw her there, bosom fair.
That's right. Yeah.
A skin without a ripple. And then he'd turn to the camera and goes like, "Oh yeah, right,
yeah."
And most of all, I love to place my mouth upon her left elbow.
Yeah.
And he'd go, and he'd say, "I couldn't think of a rhyming word there," and he'd look at the camera and say, "You're the only one who could."
Yeah.
You know, and it was that sort of thing. You know, it was sort of like comedy that was, you could say, is a bit risque, but actually it's much calmer than Carry On films.
Yeah.
You know, because although a scantily clad woman would come on showing cleavage, Carry On would show women bending over their backside and seeing their knickers and all of this sort of stuff, you know, and that sort of thing. So actually it was, you know, very much just the written word risque in many ways. So anyway, Up the Chastity Belt. I've saw a couple of Robin Hood films. Now, I don't know if this is sort of like systematic of the fact that I know there's a new Robin Hood film out. I think it's called The Death of Robin Hood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But these were films from the 1950s and 60s. And the one I saw was The Story of Robin Hood, which is a 1952 film with Richard Todd. And I liked it because it was really, really sort of like colourful, because I think it was Technicolor. It was, you know, that it looked very much like my memory is of Hans Christian Andersen. Do you remember the film Hans Christian Andersen?
Oh yeah.
You know, it had that sort of like beyond belief green for grass and all of that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Wizard of Oz colours. So that was good. But the one I enjoyed the most, believe it or not, was The Sword of Sherwood Forest.
Oh yeah.
Now, The Sword of Sherwood Forest is Oliver Reed and Peter. Should I say it? Okay. Peter Cushing. It is, to me, it's Peter Cushing. Ollie Reed, Peter Cushing. Sword of Sherwood Forest. I really enjoyed it.
It's good, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of Robin Hood films, you know, Robin and Marion and all of those sort of stuff. And, you know, I love the old 30s, you know, Sherwood, you know, the Robin Hood films, you know, The Adventures of Sherwood, The Adventures of Robin Hood, you know, with Basil Rathbone and all of that sort of stuff. Is an absolute classic, and I can watch it as many times as I need, and I'll still come away going, wow, that was entertaining. Wow, that was great. And I don't know what it is about it. It's just one of those ones I could just keep watching. And I'll never get bored of it.
No, I think that's true.
So I watched 2 Robin Hood films, and I really enjoyed Sword of Sherwood Forest, even though the story of Robin Hood was really quite good as well. Trouble with the story of Robin Hood, too much minstrels. You know what I mean? I'm going band across the road, the robin, and ain't nothing, bollocks. Right? Can we get to the story bit, please? You know, this minstrel, because you're pissing me off now.
I nearly said, "Oh God."
And hey, noddy,
Oh,
right. So, too much of that a little bit in the story of Robin
yeah,
Hood.
I know what you mean, yeah.
And of course, on Saturday, I was just just changed my mum for the second time that Saturday, and I turned the telly on, and The Railway Children was on.
Oh, yeah, brilliant film.
Wow, what can you say about that Lionel Jeffries film? Really, that hasn't been said already, other than it's a great film. But believe it or not, I keep every time I watch it, I keep screaming for more Bernard Cribbins. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I just do.
Yeah.
Right. I know it's about their dad and prison and set in 1905 and the Russian that comes along and all of that sort of
really
stuff.
Really good, isn't it?
But it's even got a main musical theme that's repeated over and over again, but it's such an enduring theme. And I'll tell you what, every time I look at it, I keep wanting to watch The Amazing Mr. Blunder straight afterwards. And the reason for it is the ending of the film, which is not talking about what happens at the end. It's the camera going along the train line with all of the actors all along the end going, bye.
Yeah.
And then you got Jenny Agutter writing something, and you wonder what the bloody hell she's writing about. She just turns it around and says the end, and all of this sort of stuff. Which The Amazing Mr. Blunden is done in another way. It's done with all the main cast coming off and saying goodbye. There's Diana Dawes and all of that sort of stuff, all there. They're all, they were supposed to have been dead. They died in the past and all this sort of stuff, but they all came back as actors. And, even Gattis, who did the Sky production of The Amazing Mr. Blunden about 4 years ago, kept that in.
Did they?
It is an enduring thing to have at the end something like that, where instead of seeing 10 minutes of credits coming up the screen that tells me what actor was given a burger by the canteen team. You know what I mean? It pisses me off. Christ, they list the canteen crew. They list the crew that applied the dog roll in the toilets. They bloody it's like
all those Marvel films where credits seem to go on for about 10 minutes or more.
Well,
add more bits
and they make you sit through them because it was a great idea at the beginning, to have a mid-credit thing and an end credit thing that led you into it, but. Honestly, 10 minutes of watching text go up the screen, not a fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So after The Railway Children, I thought to myself, do you know what? I'm going to watch the Railway Children Return.
Oh yeah.
Which is a 2022 film with Jenny Agutter coming back in the same role that she's now grown up.
I saw that.
And the world has moved forward from 1905, towards more the World War II.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's a good film, but it really hasn't got the charm of the first one. It really doesn't have the charm of the first one.
I don't think it can do that. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I like about it as well. I love the fact that you live out in the country in the sticks in Yorkshire and everybody's got morning suits on. It makes me think I feel so scruffy because I've got a shirt and a pair of jeans on, right? Yeah. These people, they're just going down to the shops.
Oh yeah.
Right, and they've got bow ties on and
everybody's well dressed,
and all this, and they're even going out on the horse and carriage and all that sort of stuff. And they don't give a shit whether they're going to be going through streams and all sorts of stuff. They've got their best togs on.
Yeah.
I mean, it never ceases to, and of course it's very enduring that the young lad that's in the original Railway Children, he dresses up with waistcoats on and
That's
tweed
right,
jackets and all of this
yeah.
sort of stuff. And the kids, I feel sad for the children actually, because I think that their clothes that they wear during the day are no different than what their nightwear is. They got about 15 petticoats on.
No, they always have loads of
I mean?
petticoats,
Leggings and all of this sort of stuff. And when they go to bed at night, they're putting on the same sort of thing, but going to bed with it in it.
Yeah,
You know, it's a simpler time. You can look at it from an adult's perspective. You could turn around and say, yeah, but these children that you're seeing here, they're just entering puberty. I wonder what it was like back in 1905 and they were getting their periods. What would it have been like wearing a petticoat and all of this sort of stuff?
yeah.
You could have that going through your mind. But for me, I just look at it as, oh no, I'm going to watch it like it's Swallows and Amazons and all of that sort of stuff. I'm just going to watch it for what it is. I ain't going to think about that sort of thing. That's disgusting anyway. But you understand what I mean. You don't look at it from a point of view of a historical drama.
No, you don't.
You look at it as a kid's fairy tale type.
Yeah. Poverty and stuff like that. You don't think of that much, do you? You don't.
See, even Mr. Blunden's got the poverty angle because you know you've got they're moving into she's going to look after the grounds of an old house, you know, and all that sort of stuff, and she's moving out because she can't afford to be where she is and all of that sort of stuff. And it's, you know, it's a simpler life type thing. But I suppose I liked it as a kid because I didn't live in a city. I lived in a town very close to a village, and that village was where my dad grew up. And so, of course, I lived on farms. You know, I lived around farms, so I was well aware of the beauty of going down country lanes and you know, and all of that sort of stuff. So, anyway, what I will say is the Railway Children Return is a lovely film, definitely worth a watch. It just, for me, doesn't have the charm of the first one.
No,
and the first one is ultimately, therefore, more watchable.
Yeah.
But I think if I watch the Railway Children Return a few more times, I'd be talking about it in the same way that I talk about The Amazing Mr. Blunden, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and anything else. Because they don't make films like that, and it does try to be an extension of the Railway Children, and in many ways it does. I just think they missed someone like Lionel Jeffries directing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it has got that. I'll tell you what it is. The other thing is the Railway Children as well endures to me because it doesn't look like it was filmed with a camera made yesterday.
Yeah. Yes.
Where the Railway Children Returns obviously does.
Yeah. And you know, I know this sounds a silly thing to say, but it looks like a film. You know, it's got a filmatic quality, which some of these remakes look like they're a television.
And you know what?
Thing. Yeah.
The only Railway Children film I haven't seen is the made-for-TV one in 2000. So I need to watch that.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other films I watched were I opened up my steel books of Labyrinth and Dark Crystal, and I watched those. So I did watch some physical media stuff this week. And I was saying last week that Dark Crystal I thought was the one that I remembered as being a bit darker and therefore probably the film that I would like the most as a rewatch. And I tell you what, it was a bloody close thing. Actually, Labyrinth, I still say it's not quite as good as Dark Crystal, probably because of the darkness in it. But it's a bloody close thing, and I really enjoyed myself watching them. I really did. Well, nothing. I'm not sad that I bought them at all. You know, like, what do you buy that shit for? I tell you what, I think I skipped a bullet a little bit because I bought them as the steel books, but there are collector's editions of them, right? And the collector's editions of them are like $59.99, and you get a steel book in it, and then you get a hard, rigid slipcase. and then some 56-page booklet. And I'm sure the booklet is lovely.
Yeah.
It's lovely. But I tell you what, I'm glad I didn't spend the extra 25 or 30 quid for it, because I'm not that much of a Jim Henson aficionado that I want a 56-page booklet showing a black and white blow up of a Muppet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think I dodged a bullet there. But anybody who's bought it, hey, tell me I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you think $59.99 was well worth the money. And I'll tell you what, I'll be up there with you saying, yeah, I've done that before. I've spent 100. I bought The Godfather, for God's sake, in that huge, bloody, great big box with free art prints in it and all the films and all of that. It would cost nearly like 100 quid or whatever it was. And everybody turned around to me and said, you should have bought the smaller box one. But I still love it. Still glad I got it. I'm not bothered about it. So there was a couple of things that have arrived. See if I can remember how to turn this damn thing off. There it is. Boom. Right. Steelbook wise, that's turned up this week. Hunt for Red October.
Oh, right. Yeah.
4K. Again, an uninspired steelbook. I just look at it and go, right. So, there's a shock. The whole thing's red and black because it's the Hunt for Red October and it's got red in the title. Other than that, it's a couple of faces. Right. What else can I say? Anybody wants this little screen grab, look at the back. That's what it looks like, you know. A much better looking steel book, even though you can't see it from here, but it's got one of those slip cover type cellophane type things over the steel book, is The Descent.
Oh, great film. Great. I love Descent, yeah.
You can't see it yourself, but on the edge, look, you'll see there's a lip, and that's because it's got a cellophane cover that you slip up, you know, and you'll see on here there's these people gathering. So when you lift that up, obviously there'll be a picture behind that. So I'm looking forward to watching The Descent again. I haven't watched it in a while.
Yeah, it's a very good film. Yeah.
And the only expensive one, and the one that I forgot that I ordered, so it came as a surprise when it came through. When it came through to me, was Eraser.
Oh, right, yeah.
See, it's a steel book with a load of extras and a rigid shit. See what I mean? It's like everything that I just turned around and said about the labyrinth and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I must have ordered that. Probably. In fact, actually, I remember I ordered it last year. That's how long that's been hanging about.
Yeah.
Right, and it's taken till now to come out. But anyway, that's pretty much what's turned up. That's pretty much what I watched. And and by the way, when it comes to Labyrinth and the Dark Crystal on 4K, the picture was great. We'll say that. Maybe it's because it's OLED, my TV, and all of that, and Dark Crystal is quite a darkish film. But yeah, thought it was all right. So there you are. Now over to Tony York Corner.
The first film I'd like to talk about is a download, and I will definitely get this when it has got a release. I think later on in the year, but it's The Sheep Detectives. The Sheep Detectives, you could count as like a family kind of film, but it's a film that is wonderful. Absolutely loved it. It's definitely one of my favorite films of the year. Perhaps not the favorite film, but it'll be in the list at the end of the year. It gave me I just smiled. I thought it was clever. I thought it was wonderful. It was witty. And it's so well done. It's well constructed. The script, everything about it. It's like a whodunit. And it's just wonderful. The voices, you got people like Patrick Stewart doing some voices. You've got Hugh Jackman in the sort of role narrating kind of the story. even though it's not a real spoiler, he dies pretty early on in the film, but we see it all comes to life. It's not a spoiler, but you'll see everything linked with it. It's really good. It's just a wonderful film, and it just puts such a good smile on my face. And I thought to myself, yeah, this is great to see a film like this. It's good to watch films sometimes that are not just all intense and serious all the time, and it's got a comedic element. Because personally, this is my viewpoint. There isn't a lot of really films that make you smile and laugh nowadays. Comedy is not a massive thing. I'm not saying this is a massive comedy, but it's a gentle family one, and it's really good. And I loved it. The voices are just fantastic. All these actors do, and so definitely going to get that. Highly recommended. Then I took another step back in time. I just fancied watching some anthology series, and I thought, what is a really good anthology series? And it's this. It's Black Mirror. Unfortunately, I have to say, there's only 2 Blu-ray releases. I think this must be linked with the fact that it was on Channel 4 originally, and these were the Channel 4 ones, and it went to Netflix, and Netflix don't release anything.
Nope.
And there's some great stories that we're missing. So these are like treasured things. There's only 6. There's 6 episodes on here.
Is that the BBC or the Channel 4 one?
This will be Channel 4. Yeah. It's Channel 4. This.
So is this like season 3 or
this
2?
Is season 3, third
3,
season is complete. There's 6 episodes. There's let's see, the first one is called Nosedive, and that's got Bryce Dallas Howard in it. She's really good, and it epitomizes these people, these kind of influence people.
Oh, I remember the story. Yeah,
it's the phones. They go around.
This is the one where she's got to get to a place, and she needs to have as much influence.
You need to get higher up. Every time you do a transaction with somebody, you have to use your phone and you rate it, and you need to get up to 5. But if you get low down, it's a bad thing, and if you get really low, it's really bad. It's a really good kind of satire on the sort of use of phones and what have you. I really loved it. Then there was one called Playtest, but I think perhaps one of the most shocking ones was called Shut Up and Dance, and it's oh god, this one it's kind of, it really twists you at the end. You kind of feel wow, you can't believe the ending. I was just sat there shocked still. I have seen these before, but I'm still shocked by it because the way it's filmed, you think it's one way and it's not other. It's basically about somebody. He's been blackmailed. He's how shall I say, relieving himself on the internet, watching some porn or whatever we think it is. Yeah, he's getting blackmailed. He's got to go through all these various things, and he meets other people on the way who have these tasks to do, have been sent through the phone on these tasks. But the ending is just pure genius. How it develops, that's really good. Then there's one sort of a more sort of quite a sweet one, really, called San Juniper, or it's a sort of kind of love story one. It's really nice, death and all that kind of stuff, but it works out really well. It's really good. Then another one called Man Against Fire is really clever. You see these, they're supposedly fighting these creatures. They're called roaches. They call them roaches. So obviously they're in the perpetual war of killing these roaches. But the real twist of the ending as well, you find out that why they've all got these implants in their brain. All these soldiers are given the implants.
Yeah.
And it's a shocking ending. You think, oh my God, that's why they're given the implants. It's kind of you think to yourself, that's really actually quite clever what they've done, so that they can do these, to exterminate people, totally change, your perception on that. And then there's the last one is called Hated in the Nation. And this is all about sort of online scandals and why people are ending up dead on these scandals. It's sort of a bit of a conspiracy one. It's okay. It wasn't my favorite, but it was quite good. So those are the sort of episodes on that one.
Have you got other Black Mirror?
Yeah, I've just got the other. There's another release. It's the one with the Star Trek kind of one.
No, I just mean that you've got season 3. So have you got season 2?
Yeah, I've got the season 4 one. That was just the 2 that they released. And it's a shame because I think it's about 11 or 12 series as it's done now.
No, there's not that many. Not that many.
Well, I don't know. I think it's quite a few. I've seen some. Because
there are years that went past where they didn't do anything.
They did have some gaps, but it's a shame that you can't see them unless you've got Netflix, or there's other ways of getting them, and they've never had a physical release, and it's sad. It's very sad.
I mean, I haven't got the thing about it is, and this sounds really, really strange, is I haven't got any of the Black Mirrors at all.
Oh.
In physical form, and you know how much I like anthology series.
Yeah.
Did you get them on Amazon? Did you get it on?
Yeah, I got them when they came out. When they were released, I got them a few years ago.
I think they're really quite hard to get hold of now.
Are they? Oh, they might be now. Oh, well, that's bad if they are. They're really good.
But I'm so glad you talk about them, because I know that you were very, very happy that you bought your Twilight Zone Blu-ray, didn't you?
That's
the other
right,
week?
Yeah.
It was your birthday to you, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah. What does this say about things going out of print? It's quite bad, isn't it? Really, but I suppose they only do a certain amount, and if they don't, and they sell up, and that's it. There ain't going to be any more.
Yeah.
It's sad, but that's how it is. And next one, we've got this one. We're back to me war films. This is Desert Rats. It's from 1953.
I'll be back in a moment, Ian. Sorry.
Director Robert Wise. Robert Wise directed this, and he was, of course, Day the Earth Stood Still, the 1951, The Haunting 63, Sound of Music, famously, and The Sand Pebbles, which is a brilliant Steve McQueen film. The Andromeda Strain, which is a sci-fi classic. And, of course, if you're a big Star Trek fan, he directed Star Trek, the motion picture, 1979, which I absolutely think is fantastic. This has got a great cast. You got Richard Burton, you got James Mason, fantastic, and Robert Newton. 1953. It's set in 1941 in wartime, and it's the siege of Tobruk. Basically, Rommel and the German forces were just sweeping by in Africa. They looked like they were just going to take control of Africa, but there was a garrison, a British garrison at Tobruk, and that had to hold out. And then if they held out long enough, they would get relief from the Allied forces. And this is this story, and it's really good. I think there has been more remakes. I think, I know definitely there's been one called Tobruk, which I remember seeing. I think Rock Hudson's in that one. That would be in the 60s. But this is it's one of these great stories, and of course, this one as well is it's quite a low budget one, but again they do so much, and you've got actors like Richard Burton, James Mason, are just great. they just want, you can't help but want more. James Mason playing Rommel. He did a film across Rommel. From this, I think they realized how good he was at playing Rommel, and we get the Rommel story. It's one of those wonderful war films that I just love and marvel at. Next one is another kind of war film, and it was quite controversial at the time. This is Cross of Iron. This is from 1977, and it's directed by a controversial director as well, Sam Peckinpah. Major Dundee, of course, is a Charlton Heston Western, but it is The Wild Bunch, 1969, that he was notoriously known for, because it's a Western with really intense violence. It's really good. It is actually a brilliant Western. Absolutely wonderful. And then, of course, one of my favorite films, which was very controversial, Straw Dogs, Dustin Hoffman, Susan George, 1971. What a brilliant film that is. Controversial, though, but really great film. Love it. It is also an home invasion kind of film as well. Very violent for its time, and a controversial sexual scene as well in it. Definitely. Then we got The Getaway, which is a great film. Steve McQueen, 1972. Bring Me the Head of Alfred Garcia, 1974, which is a Anthony Quinn one, I think 1974. And Convoy. I vaguely remember that. That was everybody was going rubber duck and all that sort of stuff with the lorries with the radio. I forgot what they called it. You know, they all had these microphones and they all spoke this different language and what have you. It was before mobile phones, and they were all speaking into these things and all these funny things. And then another film, the last film we made was Osterman Weekend, which is a really good film, 1983. So this has got James Coburn, Maximilian Schell, James Mason. Again, I picked James Mason. He pops up, and he's very good again in this. He's playing a German aristocratic kind of character a bit. And then we've got the wonderful David Warner. And this film is really a good look at German society, really, of the wartime. You know, because we always see the fascist side of Germany. But this is also looking in a way the seeds of all that before, because you don't get the sort of Nazi stuff. This is basically a class thing about the old aristocratic Prussian versus the sort of more down-to-earth, just ordinary Germans. And this conflict is taken to a whole new level because this aristocratic, you know, he's a Prussian officer. Oh, and he wants the Iron Cross. And the Iron Cross is that it takes a lot of getting. There's a process of how many kills you have to go through and all that, and recognition. So you get all that. But really, this film is all about that. And the thing is, as well, this film, it had quite a troubled production for various reasons. Money. They had a lot of money problems. And Peckinpah was an alcoholic, and he could be away for a few weeks on binges, drunken binges. Imagine that. Imagine the people who put the money into this. And they did. In the end, they ran out of money. They had to just do a quick sort of filmed ending and just bung it on. And but saying all that, it works well. As I say, it's set in sort of 1943, and therefore they're basically retreating from the dreaded Eastern Front. The Eastern Front was the place nobody wanted to go. The Russians were starting to push back and move forward. So the Germans were really, Hitler didn't like to admit it, but they were retreating. They were basically retreating back. Great, absolutely love this. It's a classic film, but it's a lot more, and it's a good study of what Germany was like, I think, which you don't get in all these films. You get one way view. This is a very good film. It's one I should perhaps get on Blu-ray as well, maybe. This is great. And then finally, this next film is Dementia 13. This is from 1963. It's a sort of crime horror film. But the major point about this film is it's the first film directed by Francis Ford Coppola. His very first film. And of course, he directed The Godfather, 1972, Godfather Part 274, Godfather 3, 1990, the Dracula film, 1992, which I don't really like that much, but hey, that's a. And the last film, he's still directing. His last film he did was Megalopolis in 2024, which didn't, as I remember, get very good reviews. A lot of people really didn't like it. So his career appears to have gone down a bit. It does happen, you've reached the heights, and sometimes some directors just can't sustain it. And I say Megalopolis got quite a lot of bad reviews. So he's still filmmaking, but he takes a long time making his films. So it's interesting looking at this as his first feature film. It's the other important thing is that it was also a film which was produced and financed and all that by Roger Corman. And Roger Corman is the kind of director, producer who wants things done at a quick pace, low budget. So Ford Coppola was learning quite a lot this. I mean, to get this was a big break for him. So it's quite good. It's a crime horror film. It stars William Campbell, Luna Anders, and Bart Patton. I've never heard of these people, but I didn't go into too much detail about them. It's quite a sort of simple story, really. This character, Louise, she's greedy, and she's sort of an unscrupulous wife. She's a real sod, basically, who hides her husband's body after, her husband's dead, but she didn't want him dead yet. And so she says that he's gone on a trip to America, and if he disappears, then there'll be no will, or she can get a will done, a sort of interim kind of will done, where she'll inherit things. Because if he's discovered to be alive, then it's not going to go good. And if he's dead, she fears that it's all going to be left to the family, and she's not going to get note. So that is the basic sort of idea behind this story. It was a lot of fun. You're not going to say it's the most brilliant film, but it's a film I enjoyed, and I'll certainly watch again. I mean, it's 1963, and I love that period. It's black and white. It looks good. It for a debut film, this is pretty good. So that's it. That's my watch.
Oh, I got a question for you, Ian. There's a Blu-ray movies unsubdued you now. Could you tell?
Why?
Haven't you been watching him?
Yeah, I've watched him. Yeah.
Right, he said I'm going to unsub you because basically you're costing me a bloody fortune.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, he listens. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I know that. He does. He, at least I know he's watching, don't I? Yeah, my recommendations. Let's hope he likes the film. Yeah, it was Yesterday's Enemy, which I was raving on about. Yeah, which is a great film. But well, hopefully he should like it. But we'll see. If he don't, I'm in trouble.
I've really enjoyed. I've actually really quite enjoyed watching his films. I'm glad you put me onto him.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he? I like him. He has a good approach. I like his approach.
Yeah, well, yeah. I like the way he starts off like this, and then goes,
yeah,
and then starts talking a bit like that.
Yeah. If he doesn't like something, he'll say it's crap.
Oh yeah, I don't mind a non.
Yeah.
A no,
and I like that. Yeah, yeah. He don't beat about the bush, you know.
You know, it's just one of those things where I'd like to turn around and say, "Oh, have you?" as myself, and say, "Oh, have you seen this? And have you seen that?"
Yeah.
Because you're watching an era of films that I probably got drawn to you really initially, Ian.
Yeah.
Because I always felt to myself, there's a huge gap in my life where I moved to Manchester, and I couldn't afford to buy hardly anything.
Yeah.
I couldn't go to the cinema because I was up there by myself. People that I worked with went home to their families. I had my computer and the internet, which was fast because I was in Manchester, which meant I was on cable for the first time, other than being in a town where I was still on phone line when I was back home. But it was a time where where I was buying lots and lots of films, I was then getting next to nothing. And until I sold my house and moved home, I then suddenly exploded. Everything I was buying, I was buying whole seasons of 24 and The Wire, and I just went mad.
Yeah,
and then obviously got disenchanted a little bit. I got disenchanted a little bit because you could then buy those box sets very, very cheaply around about 2 years later, and I'd spent
in charity shops. Yeah, that's why they are.
But it's a little bit like that with me. But there's a conversation going on at the moment. I quickly moved in, and I was just looking at that, and they're talking about Sony at the moment and physics and it's about games. It's about games. But it does affect us with films, which is why I brought a question to you. Do you remember just before we started? I said to you, Ian, would you like to have a different type of video player? Okay. Where your films come on SD card, right? And then I showed you, didn't I, a little picture, because if you buy something on a Switch or something like this, which comes in here, right, the games come on these little cards. They're no bigger than that. But I looked at the price of a 128 gig SD card that can read data twice as fast as a 4K disc, right? About 200 megabits a second, right? I don't want to go too technical, right? But a Blu-ray, a 4K disc is about 100 gig, right? And a 128 gig little memory stick is around about 20 odd pounds to get about a 200 megabit per second read speed. And I was thinking to myself, would I feel bad if I bought my physical media on little SD cards if they were presented to me in a big box with all the same booklets and artwork that you get? Or would I feel like I did when I was a lad, where I moved to CD? and I got the, those big album covers suddenly shrank down to new packaging, which was really small, and the booklets were like incredibly small, and I was going, this isn't the same. I missed that big artwork and all of that sort of stuff, right? But the reason I brought it up is because some people are I think, a little bit scared of buying a 4K player because they hear about those stories where the disc judders or it stops at certain points, or after 2 years your discs won't play, and then you're wondering whether you're going to be able to fix it or buy another one because the world is stopped manufacturing a number of 4K players. I know that Panasonic still do and that sort of stuff, but if you want the high-end stuff, it costs $1,000 or something, right? And I was just thinking to myself, what if you didn't have the moving parts that a laser disc does, like a laser pointing up to it, you just had a reader, right? Then maybe you wouldn't feel so bad because the picture quality would still be exactly the same. It would be really sharp. The sound would be still that Atmos and all of that sort of stuff. The read speed would be twice as fast. And of course, the SD cards can also be slightly larger than a disc can give you. So basically, you're moving from one physical media to another, and you're keeping physical media alive, even if it is on memory. Now, the downside of it is anybody that will tell you, if you read a film so many times off of the same disc, it can wear out. It's not like 4Ks and all that are not indestructible, don't get me wrong, but we can still play DVDs that were made 20 or so years ago, and there would be a question mark on whether an SD card that you bought that would cost about 25 quid would still be able to play the film, especially if you put it near anything volatile like magnets and all of that sort of stuff. And of course the discs wouldn't be large either. There'd be that small little piece of plastic which you could easily lose. You know what I mean? But I always thought to myself, whenever I watch a film, I put it straight back in the case. I don't think I'd lose it. So would I feel bad about it? It's a discussion that people can have, in the comments section. But they're talking at the moment about Sony that have basically made two announcements this week. One, they've removed every Lionsgate film from their digital library.
Terrible.
If you bought them for your Sony PlayStation or whatever it is. And the second one is that games are now coming out with no disc and you have a download code. That means that you might still be able to buy it as physical media. In other words, you'll have a case, but inside that case you'll have a slip of paper with a 32-digit code that you put in, right? Now everybody in there at the moment is talking about greed, and I totally get it. But I knew we were heading in this direction 5 years ago, even longer than that, going back, right? But the one thing I will say about GTA 6 is it wouldn't fit on one disc anyway, right? You'd get an installer and then there'll be downloads. And then when you download it, there'll be patches. And when so in other words, as soon as you get it, you're downloading anyway, right? But it's an absolute cheek and an absolute disgust to me that a company as big as Sony can think that people will accept, the buying public like me, when I'm one of them, is going to accept a case with a piece of paper in it.
No.
Right? It's a piece of shit. As far as I'm concerned, GTA 6, if it comes on 6 discs, it comes on 6 discs. I don't give a shit. Right? You can afford to manufacture those things. You had plants and plants and plants that manufacturing these things for years and years and years. Right? So you closed them down. We didn't ask you to close them down. We were still buying them.
And people are probably losing jobs.
What you're trying to do, Sony, is to stop you from selling on the second-hand market. That's what you're trying to do. Because if you've got a code, you can't give that code to somebody else. It's been used. And also, if they decide to close the servers down, you've lost everything.
Yeah.
Because if they close the servers down, you can't access the game anymore.
Yeah.
They will turn around and say, yes, but that's in the terms and conditions that says we can turn it off whenever we want. And we never said that you owned it anyway. We give you the right to play it.
It's terrible.
Right?
Yeah.
This is where I'm going. Well, this is why I like physical media films. It's such a simpler process, because as long as I've got that film and a player, I've got that player for life. You can't do bugger all to me.
Yeah.
I've spent my money, and if I want to sell it on to my cousin, my aunt, or on eBay, I can.
Yeah.
So I'm totally behind greed as an argument.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of the it would come on 6 discs anyway, and all of this sort of stuff. There is a bit of that.
With 6 discs.
But at the end of the day, why aren't Sony therefore coming out with a new medium? Like I just said about SD cards, why aren't they coming out with a new medium that will allow you to put it onto a new disc? You keep coming out with a console that's only 10-15% better than the last model that came out, and yet you're asking 600 quid for the console.
Yeah.
Where is the advancement? You're turning up like phones. Phones are terrible because there is only a 5 or 10% speed increase between last year's phone and this year's phone, and yet it's going to cost you $2,000.
Yeah.
For you to have that. So I'm just thinking to myself, you've got diminished return to the customer who's going, well, I want the latest, newest thing, but you're giving me less and less every time, and it's costing me more and more to buy it. And we're in an industry at the moment where technology is going up by 20% next year because of AI. This is where the argument about AI doesn't hold water for me either. When it comes to you're taking away jobs and all of that sort of stuff. But not only that, but you're taking away our ability to buy technology to access the thing that you're putting your money in. So keep taking all this memory and putting it in your data centers and all of that sort of stuff, because I ain't going to have a piece of equipment to actually connect to that bloody device. So you've lost me for a start.
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep spending $2,000 on a phone and all of this sort of stuff, and only having a 5 or 10% increase in what the last console did for me compared to the console that I'm going to be buying next year. So it's a waste of time. You might as well just turn around and say, right, that's it, I'm done. Yeah. But I do know that if everybody has that sort of idea, that's it, I'm done, physical media will go. They will have won. So it is you are on a thin line a little bit, but I haven't bought a Sony. I take it like this: I've got a Sony PS5 behind there. I've got 6 games for it. I bought that during COVID, right when nobody could get a bloody PS5 for love nor money. All the scalpers were buying them and selling them for $1,000, when they were about 600 quid. And even if you pre-ordered it, right? I ordered it, I took it out of its box, I put it there, and I've hardly played it. Waste of money, really. And I suppose I could sell it, but it's just I've got a PS5, I've got a PS4 down there, I've got a PS3 there. I keep all my consoles. It's just like one of those museum things. I've got a Commodore 64, I've got an Atari 800, I've got all these old computers from the 70s. You know what I mean? And 80s. I won't get rid of them because there's a bit of a nostalgia to me. Do you know what I mean? And I do live and work in a computer industry. I have to sort of like keep my ear in. Do you know what I mean? But I do get upset that my friends, Muckman, Tony, all of that, we're trying to keep physical media alive, and every day it seems like it diminishes more. And it doesn't matter how much we're turning around and saying, there's nothing wrong with DVD. There's nothing wrong with black and white films, all of this sort of stuff. It's falling on deaf ears. I feel like I am talking to deaf ears. And there's too many influencers out there that are turning around and saying, I watch this on streaming, I watch this on that. And and all of this sort of stuff. And I just feel, why am I bothering? But I know the reason why. It's because I'm passionate. I'm passionate about the people that are watching the same things I'm watching and all that sort of stuff, in the same way that there are still book clubs. Who'd have thought Who'd have thought, right? All those years ago when books first came out, and we've gone through wars and through to the 21st century, and we've still got book clubs, and people are still putting things on paper, and you can still buy them, even though Kindles and tablets and everything will kill this industry eventually, and everything can still be on life support. There are still those people out there that still want the printed book.
Yeah. Right.
And that's what keeps me passionate about things. So anyway, I've talked for a little bit.
Do you think the price of physical media is being pushed up as well? Because if they're not releasing the main sort of companies' physical media anymore, it's going to go to more boutique collectors market. And look at the prices of them. They're a lot
you diminish the market, right? So the people that make the discs diminish their yield on buying blank discs to record onto and sell on shelves. So this is where I'm saying, you know, the more that we're saying, oh, we don't like the idea that there are only 2,000 of these being manufactured and it's going to come out in deluxe packaging and all of that sort of stuff, and they're going to put a huge price on it, you know, of like 60 to £100, like imprint and all of this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, they're doing that to get the same revenue as if they'd made 1,000 of them, 10,000 of them, right? Because you put 10,000 on the market these out there at the moment, and it might well be that you're going to get something like 6,000 returns. You know what I mean? Because you know there was only a market for about 4,000 of them. So it's like comic books. It's, as I said, the very first issue of a comic book has a production run of about 4 million or something. By the time you get to issue 3, you've got that the figures are in on how much the second issue sold for, and of course they only published therefore 200,000 comics, because it's only the number 1 issue that made people go out and buy it, and then people that wanted to carry on reading it is reduced down to something like 5% of that initial audience. So you know you can only do gimmicks and fads so many times. You see what I mean?
It occurs to me as well that it will push up second-hand physical media prices. So you'll go on eBay and they'll be have increased the prices quite a bit, you know, because as they see it, there's less available.
No word of a lie. Project Hail Mary came out this week as a steelbook announcement. Right? 5 hours later, it was sold out everywhere.
Oh. Yeah.
Right. I tried to. I know. I just about managed to get one, secure one. Right. I went on eBay and there's pre-orders on there, and it's twice the price of what HMV were doing it, and it's still pre-order now, and it's still pre-order now.
Wow, it's wrong. What can you do?
And I'm just going, you know, and I'm just going. It's awful.
Yeah.
Now I love physical media on all forms. I love DVDs, I love Blu-rays, I love 4Ks. I've got a mix of them all. If I was to open up now and open up my movie collector, you'll see that I've still got something like 1,300 DVDs.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I've got 900 and something 4Ks, right? But at the end of the day, I bought those DVDs in a very short period of time because I had more money than sense.
Yeah. Mind you, you might find that some of them are just on DVD. They've not even had a upgrade, you know.
Yeah.
It works like that as well.
So
anyway, we better get on with
I'm just going to check on my mum again because obviously I will explain. I do apologize, but there is absolute shit on for my mum, and I've not spent a lot of time with her today because I've been doing all sorts of other things and I've been at work. So, but I will be back in about 5-10 minutes. 5 minutes, I should think.
Okay, right. So we'll go through comments now. So we've got Sai saying, evening, gang, good evening. Sai, thanks for joining us. We've got Tony, good evening, Ian, Dell, and Sai. Hello, everyone. And Tony, thank you, Tony, for joining us. And we've got Sai saying, hi, Tony. And then Tony Oak says, have you ever seen the TV series What Churchill Said to Me, which Frankie Howard starred in Dell? He's just gone. Well, I'll try and remember to ask him that. I know he's a massive fan of Frankie Howard. I've never heard of that one, but he may well have done. He says, I have the two 1960s Hammer, Robin Hood films in the indicator set. The Oliver Reed, Peter Cushing one is the better one, in my opinion. That's the sort of thing I may look at when they have the sale. If they're in one of them, it might be well worth getting them on the sale. I love all the different kinds of Robin Hood films, so definitely be interested, without doubt. I can say Peter Cushing. I'm not Cushing. And Dell, do you know that your favorite film of all time turned 45 years old today? Condor Man, yes. Is it really as bad? I've never seen Condor Man, but it's become a standard joke, hasn't it? How bad it is. It's just, what can you say? And then Tony says the old jokes are the best. You best say it today. Sam's laughing as well. And then Tony says, most surely warrant a 4K steelbook special big box collector's edition. Yes. Oh yeah, Dell would love it, wouldn't it? He'd absolutely love that special Condor Man special edition. If it ever does get a steelbook release, we need to have it a whip round and buy it for Dell. Yeah, you can have it. Yeah. Yeah. It'll go with the accidental buying of that live action Snow White, the Seven Dwarf thing that they did. Yeah. Do you remember he got it on steelbook? Yeah. It would go with that. I know he did send it back, but still. Tony Ox, never seen the Follow. Never seen the World War II set Railway Children. Sounds as though it's worth a watch. Yeah, it is worth a watch, but there was something, I don't know, it just didn't have the charm and that's extra special thing of the Railway Children. I'm Railway Children. I rate highly. It's a film I absolutely love, especially when I went to as a child, where they filmed it all on Keighley and Worth Valley Railway. I absolutely loved going on there. In fact, for a few years, we used to visit every year or two. It'd be every year. We might go a couple of times to Steam Railway, because they'd have, these weekends where you'd have special guest engines, like the Flying Scotsman or Mallard or all those kind of sort of big engines. You'd have a special weekend. So, we'd go along to Keighley and Worth Valley, and then obviously you see, oh, there it is, where they filmed the Railway Children. So you'd get off at the station and imagine Bernard Cribbins opening the gates and all that business. So we used to go and see that. Yeah. Now here's a question. You're here. So there's a question. You're a Frankie Howard expert.
I'm not an expert. I'll tell you that now.
He says Tony did this question. He says, Have you seen the TV series What Churchill Said to Me, which Frankie Howerd starred in, Del?
Yes.
There you are.
He also did Frankie Howerd Confessions. There was his one-off shows called Super Frankie. There was I remember Panorama did a thing on him just before he died, where he did most of his skits to sheep in the fields. And of course, we all know about his diminishing returns during the 60s, where he was a big thing on radio. People loved him on telly, but they sort of shun away from him a little bit during the 60s. I think the carry-ons carried him a little bit. And you know, it's just a sad thing, I think, with Frankie Howerd, because he was one of those people that wrote everything down along, obviously he wrote with Eric Sykes and Barry Cryer and those sort of things, and they all put those ums and ahs and no misses and all of that sort of stuff, and he actually put them in because he looked at comedy as being a timing thing. So a certain look or a pause is the thing that brought the laugh. So yeah, I do know an awful lot about Frankie Howerd and so forth. And he just had one of those unusual expressional faces. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't a handsome man, and obviously being gay meant that he could go to prison, at any point and all of that sort of stuff. And I feel for all the comedies, the Kenneth Williams and all of those sort of things that lived through those horrible times. But the thing about Frankie Howerd is that I just thought he died right at the time where he was on another comeback trail. And that's the sad thing about it, because I just think that I could have had another couple of years more of him. I actually did go and see him at Oxford University in one of his last shows. He actually went to Oxford University. He was doing it to all of the college students. I didn't go to the one that was televised, and it was a different show than the one that was televised. So I know that he liked to improvise and do stuff. And yeah, you could look at things as being old hat, but as far as I'm concerned, the people like Ronnie Barker, Ronnie Corbett, Morecambe and Wise, all of that, I think they'd be shocked at how things are now. And it's just sad for me, because maybe I'm just getting older and fuddy-duddy and that, but I think comedy is comedy. You know what I mean? There's a documentary on at the moment about Rick Mayall. And it's just amazing what he went through. And yet, he was part of that whole alternative comedy that sort of like drove a lot of these old comedians out. And some of it was intentional. Yeah, let's get rid of these old fuddy-duddies. They've had their time. Let's have this. But there is also certain ones of them that will come out and say it was never that. It was never that. We could have lived in the same universe. But it's all based on your angle on all these things and what you remember of those periods of time. I remember I still loved watching the old repeats of Morecambe and Wise while I was watching the young ones. So I don't care. Do you know what I mean? I was around for that period of time, and I love both. So it's nothing to do, I don't think, with my age. I look at these things. That's the end of that, really.
Yeah.
But never seen the follow-up World War II set, Railway Children. Sounds as though it's worth a watch. I don't know what you were saying, Ian, but I just go back to the fact that it is a good film, but it looks very clean and it doesn't have the charm but it's a good story. And I wonder how many people out there have watched The Railway Children, but also have read the book. Anybody read the book?
No,
I have. I've read it. I just wonder sometimes,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
The Amazing Mr. Blunder, my deluxe set, comes with the book.
Oh well, that's useful. Yeah.
In fact, I was a bit disappointed that Watership Down didn't get its deluxe packaging with the book included. But that was taken out of, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think my copy of Watership Down has the book. No, I don't think it does. I think it was reduced in the end to just a steel book and a normal release with a booklet. Shame.
I've read Watership Down. I did read that when it came out, when it was released.
Remember reading that as a kid? Scared me to death.
Glued to it.
There was a lot of stuff that I read as a kid that, you know, that the thing that I hate about it is that if you read the book now, it's changed. If you read an Enid Blyton book now, they've changed all the characters from being something like gollywogs to frogs and things like this, and it annoys me. Why do that?
Yeah,
it was a period of time it came out.
Yeah,
you know, you don't change Frankenstein monster, the book there, because the monster is now out of fashion.
I've got some of the original, because I do collect books of the original Enid Blyton hardback ones, and there came a point where they just changed them. They got rid of the gollywog, but on the early editions, you know, there was no problem at all.
That's right. I mean, it's exactly what I'm saying, Ian. I just don't get it.
Yeah, it just happened. They're very collectible as well now. I've got some in my collection. Yeah, very good. So let's see. We've got here. Slipknot fan. He says, "Sup, hello, Slipknot, welcome." And he said, "Sai," and Tony saying hello to you. And then Tony says, "Hi, Slip." And same with Sai as well to Slipknot. And then here he is, Muckman Movies. Good evening, Ren and Stimpy. Thank you very much.
I do love it when Jamie comes in. He's a great bloke.
Yeah,
even if he is a bastard, you know.
And then it says, "Good evening, chat." Jamie says, Sai says, "Hi, Jamie." And then, "Evening, Jamie."
You know, I will never.
And then, "Hi, so."
Yeah, I will. When it comes to Jamie, I will never not talk about his videos when they come out, because I get great entertainment watching his stuff.
I do. I think he's great. Actually, I'm kind of jealous sometimes because he's very articulate. He's extremely articulate, and you know, I'm not in the same way. I just ramble away. But he's very.
Do you know what? Even though I know he's as common as muck, right? he does come across like a BBC presenter back in 1952.
Common as muck.
where there's muck, there's brass.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good statement. Oh dear. Oh, look at the muck in here. But do it right. Oh, that's all.
I could just see him later on in life going. I used to go down pit, work for 15 hours, live in a cardboard box.
Yeah.
and then somebody else in his family say, "Luxury." Yeah. I'll tell you what. Do you remember that? You remember that Monty Python?
I do. Yeah. It was brilliant. It got sillier and sillier, didn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I worked 26 hours a day. Got up 3 hours before dawn, or whatever.
Living in a paper bag as well. Luxury. Anyhow, we've got here Sai saying, "Jamie, I went to see The Furious." Oh yeah, this has been mentioned this afternoon. It's really good. Oh, that's been mentioned, hasn't it? Furious. And Bookman says Labyrinth will always be superior to Dark Crystal in my eyes. Great to finally have it in my collection. Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
That you got it, yeah.
See, this is the thing. I don't feel bad about that at all because it's all about personal preference. I watched them and I said this, didn't I? I turned around and said it's a bloody close call. I thought that Dark Crystal would trounce all over Labyrinth when I watched them this week, and I got my steel books out and I put them in. Bloody close. I still just edged Dark Crystal, but that's just personal preference. But they're both great as far as I'm concerned. I loved going back to those. It was like it didn't make me go, oh, I want to go and watch Fraggle Rock now. You know what I mean? Or I'm going to get my box sets out of the Muppet Show or something.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't make me do that, but I still enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And I just think to myself, why, you know, other than the Sheep Detectives and all of that sort of stuff, they don't make these things like this for kids anymore.
No, that's true.
And there's dark tones in them all.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing the baby, you know, and all of that sort of stuff. You know, I mean, it's dark stuff.
Yeah. I ought to try and watch them, but I've never. I know this might be controversial. I don't want to say too much, but I always find these kind of films difficult to watch. I do. I just don't.
Well, they can be because I'm not. And I daren't mention his name because if I mention his name twice or something, he'll suddenly come in the room, right?
Yeah, I know you're going to say. Yeah, I'll say it's never-ending story.
I am not a fan, and I'll say it to his face because I've told him. I am not the hugest fan of the never-ending story. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Yeah. Right? It's all right.
Yeah.
And you know, but I can't turn around and say that film. Oh yeah, I've got to have it in my collection and all this sort of stuff. Nah, I could live with. I could go through life now till the end and probably not watch that film again, and I'd be going, yeah, because that's what I'm saying. This is why it's great. Our industry and our fanship and everything about films is great because we've all got different opinions on something.
That's right, yeah.
Remember before we came on, I was saying to you the biggest piss off that I've had this week, and excuse my French because I don't swear. If you look at my blogs, I hardly ever swear. Yeah. Right? The whole world is now in glee that Supergirl is failing big time. And it's almost like we celebrate failure.
Yeah.
And I'm going, what? Why is it? Oh, I've proved right. Look how much of a bomb it is. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, why can't you just go into this film neutral and watch it without all of this crap going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's pissing me off.
Yeah.
It seriously is now pissing me off because I don't want the film to fail. It might not be my type of film. But I certainly won't be turning around going, I was right. Bully for you, you were right. Do I want all these people that made the film, did the music, did all the marketing, did all of the red carpet stuff, and all of that sort of stuff? Do I want them all out of a job? No. You know,
I was thinking how I don't sometimes understand myself, but there's a contradiction, really. I'm going on about puppets and things, but yeah, I loved Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, and that's puppetry. But yeah, I don't understand it. It's different, I don't know why.
I don't lament I don't lament on the people that are making films now just because they're not Douglas Tumbrell, who made the most fantastic special effects with models.
Yeah.
I do not go, you ought to have your head chopped off. How sacrilege that you're not doing things like this way. Ray Harryhausen did all these models. Look at that fantastic things there, and all you're doing is using computers and putting all this sort of stuff. I don't do that.
No.
Things move on.
Yeah, but they do.
You know, it's just one of those things where, well, I have a preference. I like the old style.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the special effects of those eagles in Space 1999 are absolutely fantastic, and I can watch them now and go, "Whoa, look at that!"
Yeah,
But I could still equally put on a science fiction show or film with spaceships and everything like that, and flying through space, and I'd be going, "Oh, that looked good." Can't I like both?
yeah.
Does there have to be a divide between this and
Yeah,
the other?
yeah. I get that totally. Yeah,
Why is it that there's a divide about people that want vinyl over CD or
yeah. Sometimes,
DVD over Blu-ray or
yeah.
Blu-ray
I mean,
over
sometimes I
DVD?
don't understand ourselves, but we have these peculiar things where it contradicts. But it's just the way we are. We're human. For some reason, we have a preference for something, and we don't like other things. You know.
Well, I've grown up. That's all I could say.
Strange, and I understand that. I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, I'm contradicting myself here, saying this, and yet I don't like that." And you know, it's weird. It is kind of weird.
I mean, I've grown up with rivalries. I've gone through the years of going to school, and I had a Commodore 64, and my friends had Spectrums, and they would all turn around and say, "Oh, you've got a squelchy beeper," and the other one would turn around and say, "Yeah, and you've got a blocky piece of grey piece of shit," you know, and all of this sort of stuff, right? They were both computers, and they were both brilliant.
Yeah.
Just because one had one over the other, or there were three in my class that had this one, and there was only one in the corner that had the other one, so he must be like, he has to stand over there because he's not part of our group. Bollocks.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry, but I'm just gone past that mentality. It's nice to look back and think about those arguments.
If I said to you, which Captain Scarlet do you prefer? Do you prefer the old one or the new one? And of course, you're going to be like me. I bet you'll say you prefer the original. But I'm sure the new one is probably, you know, it's not bad.
The reason, I'll tell you what, the reason I didn't like the new one, right, as much as the old one, is something really stupid, right?
This is how it is. This is how it is.
And people will probably laugh. It doesn't have Barry Gray doing the music.
Well, there you are. You see, we've all got our own things, you know.
I mean, it's nothing to do with puppetry, and this is done with CGI and all of this sort of stuff. The stories were, I have to turn around and say I do like the old type stories, the way that the stories were told, right?
That's it. But
it was still for a kid. You see, I always looked at it and just turned around and said, "Well, I've grown up, and that's why I can't be." I watched this when I was a kid, and I'm remembering it from that nostalgic point of view. But I will say this: I couldn't get into the music of Captain Scarlet. Barry Gray, my God. Barry Gray, fantastic.
Yeah,
he brought an orchestra to something that shouldn't even have thought about having one.
Yeah.
How can you have a production like with puppets and have a 120-piece orchestra playing the music in the background when it's aimed at 5-year-olds?
Yeah.
It's because I'm sure it's because we had pride. And it didn't matter, you know, how small it was. We will make this look like it was a Hollywood production.
Yeah. I'll tell you a good example of things that just turned me off. Thunderbird film. The what's his name? Riker, I've forgotten his name. Who did it? He did
Jonathan Frakes. Jonathan
Frakes did his live action version. It, you know, by all accounts, you should think to yourself, well, actually, you know, he's doing a good job. He's all updated. But the Thunderbird 2 and 3 and all that, they don't have the same charm. I don't know. There's something about it in the way they're designed. You know, they've updated the design.
Yeah, I'll tell you the biggest thing. I'll tell you the biggest thing about that, and they made a big hoo-ha about it. The Rolls Royce.
Oh,
did not have the charm of the original
yeah.
roles.
Well, there you are.
It looked like it's the same argument I have with my sister, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind me saying it. I'd rather have the old Mini from the 60s than the BMW Mini.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like a bubble car, right, and costs you 30 odd grand.
Yeah.
And I'd rather. I mean, the Mini was supposed to be the people's type car, where you didn't have a lot of money, and basically you had um, you had walnut dashes, because there was that sort of like plastic walnut,
Yeah.
because it was cheap. It had a steering wheel that juddered because it was, I mean, this is because that's what it was.
Yeah.
It shouldn't try to be anything else. Now you put the BMW finesse in it.
I've got something. Here's a question for everybody. Think about this. Do you think that live action things work, whether it's a films, like the Disney ones, do the live action ones work or don't they? And which do you prefer? Do you always prefer the original ones? Why do they feel the need that you've got to have a live action one? Why did they feel the need that you had to have a live action Thunderbirds, which took away the magic? But there seems to be a thing. There may be some. I can't think off my head of any live action ones that have worked, but there might be some. I can't off my head think of any live action thing that's transferred over from a sort of animated or puppet kind of thing and gone into I cannot think of any. But there might be.
It's an interesting question because I'd watch the Lion King cartoon over the live action one every time. And I'd rather watch Robin Williams being Aladdin than the live action with Will Smith and all of that sort of stuff. But the only reason I think that they're doing that is you can now do it live action. It's the whole point of we can do it now.
Yeah, which seems. Mind you, I think they've stopped after that disaster of the Snow White. Film.
You're bringing that up just to make me bloody.
yeah. But don't you think that has happened? I think Disney had a plan, didn't they? I think they've stopped.
Oh yeah,
yeah. They've realised it's not a good thing, and they were going to do it with the horror films, wasn't there? They did the Tom Cruise Mummy one, and then there was one actually this year, wasn't there? A Mummy one, and none of them have worked. They've not worked at all. But yeah, the live action thing is an interesting thing because Thunderbirds clearly didn't work as a live action film.
No, but I think that was more to do with a number of things with that one because you have got the old brigade and you have got the new brigade with that one. And I have to say, Thunderbirds worked purely because it was aimed at children, and children liked puppets back then.
Right, they did, yeah. Even
if you look at the evolution of Jerry Anderson, right? The Thunderbirds had huge heads. Captain Scarlet made it more photorealistic.
Yeah.
He started to sneak in proper hands to grip things.
That's right. You've got all that,
right.
Yeah. And if they were sweating, on the wet on the foreheads and things like that. But they were part of the charm. That was the great thing about the puppets.
Yeah.
I don't know. You just loved it. You absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that's it. Anyhow, if anybody's got any films that they can name that have transferred over would be interesting because I can't think of any. Right. And then James says, "Oh wow, Si, I'm super jealous."
Over the Furious, is that?
Oh yes, I think it probably is. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. You're right. The Tyneside put early screenings on because of the complaints. Yeah, that's it. I remember you mentioned that. Was it the other week that they have early screenings? Yeah. And then Slipknot says he's saying hello to Muckman. Muckman said, I asked the Hyde Park, Picture House, if they were putting it on. They initially said no, but then contacted me to say they've decided to put one screening on. But let's have a look. Oh, yeah, but I can't make it because I'm seeing Joan Jett and the Blackouts. But hell, that's going back a bit. The Black Joan Jett on the same evening. How unlucky can you get? That is so unlucky.
Well, I have to turn around and say to Jamie, yeah, I love rock and roll as well.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I do know a bit about music. Carry on.
And what was the group she was in?
Oh.
Before that. Go on. We don't look
No. I knew Joan Jett because of I Love Rock and Roll, but I can't turn around and say I bought every
group. And there was Lita Ford in it. It was a guitarist.
Oh.
Any ideas?
No, it's coming back, but no, I'm not going to come up with it by the end of the
I'll tell you. The Runaways.
The Runaways.
That's it. The Runaways. Brilliant. Anyhow, so that is very unfortunate for you, Jamie, but I could understand it. I wonder what she's like. Has she still got the voice? And the band? That would be really interesting.
I tell you what was a surprise to me. Something came up in my YouTube stream about a month or so ago. And I went, why is this coming up in my YouTube? It was about Sheena Easton in concert.
Oh, yeah, Sheena Easton. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No word of a lie. She was up there singing,
9 to 5.
My baby takes the morning train and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And she looks totally different now. She's totally, wow, my God. I went, that's not how I remember Sheena.
What was the voice? What voice like?
Oh, it wasn't very good.
Really, there you are. Yeah.
But maybe I'm doing her a disservice because it was probably done on a camera and.
But no, it's a lot of them. They know they can't physically do it. The voice, they have to change key.
Yeah, for every Olivia Newton-John that could probably still go out there and belt them out, there was the Sheena Eastons that you wish you hadn't bothered trying.
Yeah.
Be quite honest.
Some still do it, don't they? They still keep touring. Because I saw Grace Slick. Grace Slick, and it didn't sound like the Grace Slick that I knew.
And I'll tell you what you missed. On Friday, they showed 3 Old Grey whistle tests in a row.
Oh, wow.
On BBC4.
Did they? Original programs,
not
edited from start to... I'd have recorded them if I'd have known. But I haven't got... I can't record them. I like to see... wouldn't that be great if they released a box set of all those? But it's never going to happen.
No.
It's never going to happen, but wouldn't it be great? Old program. And Whispering Bob and those silent films I used to show, the silent films, and then put the music over. And
honestly, I still got the animation in my head of the bloke kicking and all that sort of stuff at the beginning to do the titles.
It was a great series. Anyhow, so we've got Cy going. No, yeah, it's you just unfortunate. Oh, he says. Oh, Muckman says we love the Sheep Detectives. Made me cry at the end with the little lamb. Oh, yeah. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
I wouldn't worry about it because it'd be in Sainsbury's as Larry the Lamb Chop. Yeah. It'd be Larry the Lamb Chop or something.
There's jokes about butchers in it as well, so you'll see all sorts. It's really good. You've got to watch it.
Do you remember watching Larry the Lamb?
Larry the Lamb, no. And then Jamie says, I know, Si, I'm gutted. I've ordered the German Steelbook, but it doesn't come out till October. Yeah. Oh, dear. And sorry, Slipknot, howdy. And then Si says, "Have you seen that Obsession? It's on digital now. I rewatched yesterday. It's still a good watch." Oh right, is that the new Obsession? I'm just waiting for that to come out. Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Just ordered around £200 worth of US Criterions. Gulp. There's currently a 50% off sale going on. So decided to take the plunge on some films that I don't have UK release. You know, if I had the money, I would do that, definitely. If there's one thing I want to do is get some more Criterion. I would do that. It's worth it. I think you've done really well there, going for a 50%. I would do that, yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to do that sometime. I just love them. When I got a Winchester 73, it just opened my eyes to, you know, what a treat Criterion collection is. Absolutely love them. I love the look of them and what they do, the extras, the way they're packaged, everything about them I love. Absolutely love it. So I definitely want to do that. That's something I want to do. Terry says, "Wow, Jamie, and I thought I was daring getting the 4K collector set of Zulu Dawn next week for £43. Well, that's not bad. £43. That's, you know, as collectors sets go, that's pretty good. And why not? You know, why not indeed? We just need to get the Zulu out, don't we? That's all we need. And Delboy, oh, you ordered Some Like It Hot, then laugh out loud. Oh yeah, Some Like It Hot, yeah. And laughing at that. And then Jay says, already own Some Like It Hot on a Marilyn Monroe box set. All right, yeah. And then David, evening everyone. Hello, David. Thank you for joining us. And then Jay says, evening, David. Tony says, evening, David. And then Si says, hi, David. And then Dave says, a couple of weeks ago, I said I hadn't seen Outland. I managed to buy it today on Warner Archive for $9.99 Blu-ray. Oh, that's good. That's good. Because I don't know whether it's gone out of print. It's very possible because it was on that HMV thing. You'll love it. Who could not love that film? It's just a tremendous film, Outland. It's a film that you just could talk about, but I won't talk about it too much because we'll be here till Christmas. But I hope you really enjoy it. And for $9.99, that is good. I know they did bring out, I think, a collector's edition or something, which I didn't like the look, actually, the artwork. They had
that was Arrow.
Was it? There was that Arrow, yeah. But I think you got yourself a really good one there. Blu-ray, $9.99. It's great.
I've got both. I've got the old one with the silver top.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
What was it? HMV, whatever it was.
Right. Premium collection, which they used to have. Yeah. I mean, the collector's book, if you had the money, was probably a good one. Arrow, but I didn't think the artwork was that good. But it's a great film.
Yeah, well, it was sort of like the Arrow one is sort of like swirls of colours.
Yeah.
Type thing.
Yeah. And of course,
it doesn't even go with the aesthetic of the film because Outland is just set on a on an asteroid around a big planet, and it's mining, and mining is grimy and dirty. What's all this swirls?
It's a wonderful film. I've seen it on big screen a few times, and I absolutely loved it. It's got an atmosphere. Some people say, "Oh, it could even be set in the Blade Runner universe," which is interesting.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, you could possibly stretch it that way. But
it doesn't go down that stupid route of he's outside of the mine. And he hasn't got lasers.
Yes,
they got projectile weapons out in space. You know what I mean?
It's really good. Isn't that good? It's so well done.
He's still got a double barrel shotgun when he's inside the damn plane.
Absolutely adds to it. Oh yeah. And I can never forget the images of when they, these people that were drugged out, have been drugged out, and when they open the thing, the arch, and go out into space, and you see the what happens to the bodies.
Oh yeah,
amazing images, aren't they? They really, it's a really good film. There's so many good stuff in it. I love it. I think it's possibly one of Sean Connery's best films outside James Bond.
Yeah,
and he has made some good ones, but that's, if I was to choose a Sean Connery film, I think I would choose that one. Definitely.
Was his last film A League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
That's right. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sad end, isn't it?
Yeah. Didn't he come back for some animation as a favor to somebody?
Might have done.
I think he did, but people don't really count that.
I mean, I showed off, didn't I? The Hunt for Red October, And,
but he retired, and you can't blame him. People don't want to just make films all the time.
I still remember being off school and watching that film, The Hill. Was it The Hill?
There's that. Yeah, The Hill is one. Yeah.
Still remember watching that as a kid.
Yeah. He's made quite an interesting. His career is interesting, isn't it? Started, doing Disney films.
I think he could have done
British
better.
Gangster films.
I think he could have done better with Alfred Hitchcock than he did. What was he, Marnie? Was it?
That's it. Yeah, that's the one, Marnie. Yeah,
Marnie's not one of my favorite. Marnie is not one of my favorite Hitchcock films.
Yeah. It's a shame, but he did make some good films. Tony probably could tell you all about these early British films that he appeared in as well. He appeared in a lot. Before
I know everybody goes on about Zardoz, don't they? They always go on about Zardoz.
We don't want to talk about Zardoz. Right.
Nobody wants to talk about nappies, really. So let's go on.
Anyhow, you've got a good film there, David. I think that's an excellent film to get Outland. Absolutely wonderful. And then Simon McMahon, Tony, and anyone I missed, that's okay. And Si says, cool, that's good to hear, David. And then McMahon says, I started watching The Thing Expanded. That's a documentary this week. I'm about halfway through the 5-hour, 12-minute runtime. Bloody hell. Didn't realize Bill Lancaster, who wrote the screenplay, is the son of Burt Lancaster. No, I didn't know that. There's a good bit of information there. Because you're on the credits, aren't you? I think you got yourself on the credits of that documentary, Jamie, as I remember. When you went to that Comic Con, a horror con or Comic Con thing, you mentioned that. There's another very similar film to Desert Rats, Ian, with Richard Burton. Yes, yeah. I'd definitely be interested. Richard Burton, I'm growing to like a lot. He's a great actor. Is it a good watch, Jamie? The Thing Expanded, that is. And then he says,
I can answer that now. Of course, it bloody well is.
Yeah,
I love documentaries anyway. So
yeah, he says, yeah, I'm enjoying it. Kurt Russell is good value, and even John Carpenter seems in good spirits. Usually, he's a miserable twat.
Yeah, I must admit, I've seen some recent interviews with John Carpenter, and he is a miserable bastard.
Well, you won't be getting any invites. Well, anybody will to see him. So don't ask for his autograph. And then Tony says, it's Bitter Victory 1957 with Richard Burton, also set in World War II, North African campaign. So that links up with Tobruk business. Yeah. Oh, that sounds good. I like all these war films. What's everyone's view on Predator Badlands? I watched it last weekend and enjoyed it. Well, it's one I haven't seen and would be on my list actually to see because I like the Predator.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Have you seen?
Yeah,
Predator
I did turn around and say because I bought the steel books and all of that, when that all sort of stuff came out, that where else can you go other than against a tribe, or because where do you go with the Predator? It's like a monster of the week coming down to a primitive planet. Then it's the jungle is turned into the urban jungle. Then you've got they were genetically there as hunters against the aliens. Where else do you go other than I wonder what would happen if you tried to make the Predator go against Indians from 1870 or something,
that's right.
Would they be able to kill it with all that technology? And there's not I don't know how far you can go now with Predator now, but I thought Predator Badlands was all right.
Yeah,
I liked it. It was enjoyable.
Jamie says, with regard to the thing, apparently most of the cast could have died in a bus accident when it slid off the road. Really?
Wow. It was. I did hear that it was dangerous to get to the where they were filming. Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that it was. I didn't know there was. I didn't know there was an accident.
Wow. Imagine. That would have been a massive tragedy, wouldn't it? It really would. Wow. And then Dotsub Gaming, hello, welcome Dotsub. Hope you're okay. And then Sai says, has anyone seen the trailer for Colony? It's another zombie film from Korea. It looks really good. Oh, that sounds
heard
good.
of it, haven't seen the trailer.
One. I'm on board.
Heard of it and haven't seen the trailer is my answer to that.
Definitely be interested in that. Sounds good. And then James says, Cross of Iron is one of my favourite war films. Oh, I didn't know that, Jane. One of my favourite Peckinpah films. Yeah, it was rather good. It was rather good. And then Sai says, I don't sub. And then Tony says, James Mason plays a sympathetic officer character in Cross of Iron. Yeah, James Mason is fantastic as always. But yeah, he is a sympathetic character in it. I agree, yeah. And then Tony says, hi, don't sub. And then Muckman says, not even the trailer for Colony. Not seen the trailer for Colony, but I have seen the trailer for Werewolf. Or is that how you say it? Or would you say Werewolf? Yeah. And then hi, don't sub. Jamie says, Jamie, what do you think of the way Werewolf looked? I'm not sure about it. Interesting. And then Tony says, not seen Predator Badlands, David. Saw the previous one set in, Colonial North America one. Yeah, it's a good one. And then Dirt Sub Gaming. Did you hear about Sony stopping disc games?
That's where I was just talking about.
PlayStation. That's right. Yeah, you weren't about since the first. But I cancelled my PS Plus now, and I'm finished with Sony. I hate them for this. I'm furious and selling my PS5. I can understand from what.
Yeah, the backlash on this will just keep going on and on and on. And I did put a little bit later on. There is a little bit more to it than some people are not really commenting on. But I won't ever buy a box with a digital code in it.
No,
just won't happen.
No, quite right. Yeah, it's just wrong. Yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't get involved.
Somebody posted in my Discord about Sony's other statement, like I said, about Lionsgate films now being taken away totally from Sony's back catalogue of digital films that you've bought.
Yeah,
and all I could do in my Discord was just turn around and say, well, that would have never have happened to me anyway, because I'm never going to get burnt like I did with Ultraviolet Codes.
Oh yeah, they won't remember that. Yes,
I mean, when Ultraviolet went, I just turned around and went, never again.
Yeah, don't go down that path.
So I've not bought anything on my Skybox. I've never bought anything. I just won't.
No, don't blame you. It's not yours. It could get taken away. Yeah, don't buy. That's the thing. Don't buy. They can take them away.
So sometimes I wonder, why is it suddenly now so prominent? Because I've seen this coming for years.
Yeah, yeah.
But good on you, don't sub. Stick to your guns.
And do you remember? Was it Sonny who said? I may be wrong, but wasn't there something about the Blu-ray situation? Was it them with machines? They were not going to make any more machines. I may be wrong on that. I seem to remember something about the machines.
Well, I know that LG pulled out of the 4K player market years and years, and then suddenly it came into the news, and I was saying they stopped making them 3 years ago. Why is this suddenly now brought up? And I think it was just to bring physical media up again as a shrinking market. And I was going, they stopped doing that two or 3 years ago. They haven't brought out any new players. They're still selling their old stock because they can't sell it. Because LG 4K players were bloody awful.
Yeah. Panasonic are the best ones. They always
obviously.
Yeah.
I've got two Panasonics. I've got the 820 and I've got the 820 and the 9000.
Yeah, I must get another 4K. I've got one 4K and a Blu-ray Panasonic.
I've got my 3D I've got my 3D Panasonic over there.
Yeah.
And I've got my 8000. Sorry, my 820 underneath there. But I actually play my 4Ks through the 9000.
I think let's try and get another one. It'll last me all right. I think I'll be all right then. That'll be mine because I'll be dead by so that'll do me all right. I think that's what I'm going to get. I'll definitely get another 4K player, and I might try and get one where I can play Blu-rays multi-region as well, because they tend to get region locked as well. That Blu-rays. So
Blu-rays do. It's only 4Ks.
Yeah.
So even saying that there are certain 4Ks that are region, which
shouldn't be.
That was being chatted about when I was doing the old chat circuit, but there are very few really.
Yeah. But I want to get, because some American Blu-rays you could be able to get hold of that you can't play over here. So I definitely want to get so I can get at the moment I can play American DVDs. I've got a multi-region for them, but I need one for Blu-ray. I've definitely got to invest in something.
It's funny because my Sony Haute Couture DVD player, which is on the floor, I looked at it and it's got the symbol SACD on it. So it's an SACD CD player.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Fantastic. I like the look of it, Si. Looks gritty and grisly. Oh, that's the trailer you saw.
Colony,
yeah. I'm a big Eggers fan, though. All right, Eggers. Tony says, I wonder if it's not profitable for them to produce physical game releases any longer. I don't know. I know we've looked at that, but perhaps it's not profitable. I don't know. They're expensive enough, aren't they? And then Si says, don't sub. Is that the whole GTA 6 debacle of an empty case with a digital film instead of a disc? Yeah,
Grand Theft Auto.
That's right. Yeah, that's a big name, isn't it, in gaming? It's one of the big.
But it's just that
games.
it's been 10 to 13 years since the Grand Theft 5.
Oh, that's a long time, isn't it? It's a long time.
And there's been something like 6 billion pumped into the development of this game.
Ooh,
but what you have to ask yourself is that a game that far back would fit on a disc, but a game 13 years later with the graphic and the story that it's got to tell wouldn't fit on a disc.
Yeah.
And it would have to come on 6 and you'd have to swap discs out and all of this sort of stuff. Which makes me think it will never have a physical release anyway, because it's gonna be something like a 300 gig download.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, the biggest problem anybody's going to have when GTA 6 does come out on the PS5 is the hard drive that comes in your PS5 is going to be half taken up with that one game.
Well,
and you're going to have to remove the old games that you've kept installed on it to make way to install that one. Yeah.
Bad. And then James says, still need to see Predator Badlands, waiting for a price drop. Yep, don't blame it. Don't partial tone it, but there's a bit more to it than that. This is the game situation. And then Dot said, sheer effing greed.
Which I mentioned about the second-hand market. You can't sell a code. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, yeah, it is greed. Tony says, what's the point of buying an empty box? Wouldn't it be easier to download it online without getting a box?
Which is exactly what Rockstar said. We probably won't have a physical release because basically, who wants an empty box?
Yeah, but what can you say? I don't.
But it kicks in the face because this is GTA 6. When GTA 5 came out, there was a special edition that came with a statue. There was a GTA 4 that came with a statue. GTA 3 came in a big box, all of this sort of stuff. And what's going to happen is you're then going to have 5 GTA films on physical media and one that's not. And you're just going to go, well, I haven't got anything to put my shelf, to show that I've got a 6th film.
Yeah.
A 6th game. Because just like us as filmies love our shelves with the spine showing, gamers also like to show off their collections by putting them on shelves, and now they can't show that one off, can they? Because there's no box for it. So that it is a much bigger subject than I could ever probably be able to talk about tonight.
Yeah,
because you could go on and on and on in regards to how this is not going to work, how it would work, how it's going to affect people, and all of that sort of stuff. And I tell you, you will, all you will do is just come away being depressed.
Oh dear, it's that bad. Oh dear.
Oh, in the same way us as filmers get depressed over streaming.
Yeah. How many gaming companies will be involved in this? I don't know how many gaming companies there is.
What do you mean?
Big companies like Sony. Are there other gaming companies?
Well, Sony is a producer. Grand Theft Auto is done by a game called Rockstar Games. They're they're a British company. Well, their office is in Scotland.
Yeah. So how does this affect these companies then, in their terms of their finances? Is it going to increase their prices?
Well, the thing about it is, they said when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out that they got half their money back in the first year, but over the last 12, 13 years, they probably funded half the money that they needed to make the new one. Without even bringing out a disc.
Right. Yeah.
Because they brought out things like patches and online revenue and all of this sort of stuff, right? So, it's a perpetual thing. They reckon that.
Sorry, what does patches mean?
Well, when a game comes out,
I don't understand what patches.
When a game comes out as complex as Grand Theft Auto, there's bound sure to be something that crashes, or you can't complete this,
Oh,
or
so that repairs them, does it?
yeah,
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
and you
You
can't
have
put
to
a patch
buy
on a
that.
disc.
Yeah.
So the disc, when you burn a disc, it's etched in time. So if it's got a bug in it, it's in there for life. So the only way that you can fix it is to download it off the internet.
Right, I get you. Yeah.
So of course, then you've got the perfect one. And if you were to uninstall it and reinstall it again, you'd be installing it with the patch not there, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh.
So this is another reason why they're saying, "Oh, digital, digital, digital. It's the way. It's the future." Blah blah blah.
Mm.
But I still go now. I want the disc.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. And then David says, "Oh, Mookman, it's on Disney Plus. I this documentary. Ah, yeah. And then James says, I mentioned Blu-ray many times, Delboy, but you obviously don't listen to me. What did he say?
What's that? What's that in connection with?
I don't know. It says,
Oh no! I've mentioned Blu-ray.
Oh, Blu-ray. Sorry, it's my. I need my glasses on, don't I? Blu-ray many times, Delboy. But you obviously didn't listen to it. Don't listen to me.
If you remember rightly, when I was ever in chat, I used to write things down on pieces of paper and go, "Oh, go to that." Trouble is, I can't find the bloody bits of paper I write them on.
Ah, yeah.
So I mentioned to you because it just happened to be that when you were talking about it, I bookmarked his page on the same time we were streaming.
Yeah.
It's not that I haven't listened, but I do get it. It's very bad of me to make somebody think that.
Yeah.
Because I do listen to Jamie, but I can understand how it might look like I wasn't listening. I was.
Yeah.
I just can't keep up with everything.
Yeah, I know it's understandable.
I'm an old fart.
Don't forget, there's lots going on. We have, lives going on, and sometimes these things get missed out. It's just how it is. And then I've packed all the streaming services in, David. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Yeah.
Netflix, what's that now? £18.99 or something silly like that. It's like, what?
Oh, yeah.
And that's every month.
Oh, yeah. And I suppose once people have seen everything, that's it. You're stuck with a service you're not watching.
You have to look at things sometimes like this. £18.99 for Netflix. You add a tenner to that, and Sky will come round, put a box in, connect. You know what I mean, and all of that, and you'll have all of these channels. And Netflix just for their one £18.99, and they don't do a bugger it, but a fit. They that's download an app or have it built in the TV already or something, right? It's like £18.99. Wow, and it makes you go, yeah.
It's a hell of a lot of money, £18.99. Yeah, I wouldn't. What? All I say now is watch some of your physical media things. You've got all these things on your shelves. Watch them. Watch what's on your shelves. That's what it's there for.
Do you remember those shows that used to be on Channel 5, Ian? The ones where, what was it like watching TV in the 70s or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you'd have these millennials sit down and they'll go, and they'll put them in a room and they'll put you in front of a TV that came from Rumbelows or something. From from that same decade. Yeah. And somebody will turn around and say, how do you even turn the telly on? Oh, yeah, there's no remote. Where's the remote? Yeah, you had no remote. It was the bloody 70s.
Yeah.
Right. And they have to sit down and watch it and they go, oh, I really enjoyed my time, but I don't think I want to live there or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But it just makes me laugh because I never felt bad that I had to get off my ass to turn the telly on.
Yeah, well,
but now we complain when the batteries run out.
Yeah, we do, don't we? Yeah.
Oh, now I've got to get off my ass, go into the kitchen, get the batteries, put them in, come back in it.
And
if you've got Sky, you've got to pair the remote with the box.
What if you haven't got any of the right batteries left?
Oh yeah.
It makes
You're
you think,
stuck,
oh,
aren't
I've
you?
got to get loads of
Yeah.
batteries in.
Yeah, it's only got one button. We can't do anything without the remote. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
Jesus.
You're stuck without the remote, aren't you? You've got to have the remote.
This is why people always turn around with computers and said, "Look, I love computers, but I'm never going to get rid of the paper trail.
No.
It means I've got a manual way of going back if anything goes down."
Yeah, I think that's true. I think you're
Right.
right.
So
Yeah.
not having the tuner and everything that you could do. Do you remember you used to get the tuner? It used to be a little plastic peg that you pulled out, and you had to tune in BBC One and all of this sort of stuff with a little plastic peg. Right.
The tuning in thing. I remember that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. UHF 33
Yeah.
points for this. Right? But what I'm trying to get at is that you're stuffed. What are you going to do? Look, you got.
Yeah, because they didn't have now when you put on a telly, it does it all automatic, doesn't it? It tunes. You sit watching.
Well, it's digital tuning now.
Yeah,
I mean, and by the way, that's being switched off in 2 years' time because Freeview turns into Freely. Freely.
Yeah,
Freely, you cannot even download that as an app. It has to be installed on your TV, and it's Wi-Fi. Right, it only works over Wi-Fi. So if your Wi-Fi goes down, that's it.
Ah, yeah.
Because they're turning off all the transmitters for digital.
Oh dear. Oh, right.
Yeah, it's called Freely.
Yeah, thank God for physical media again. These are all the reasons why physical media is the thing. What can I say?
Anyhow. I do like watching those programs though. What it was like to live in the 70s.
Oh, I do. I love all that. I love even the food. You get down to all the food packaging and foods that you had then and you don't have now.
It's just if you just go up to somebody like that's only like 15 years old, you turn around and said, "Yeah, we didn't even own our TV. We rented it."
That's right.
What?
You did. Most people did. In fact, most people. If you bought your TV, you were rich.
You were rich.
You were very rich.
Yeah.
And
the other reason for it was, if I don't like the wooden surround, I can have the black surround version. Next year they're putting teletext in it. Right. I love that.
Yeah, teletext.
Right? And all they did was they just upped the monthly price by about £1 or £2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think I'll have a 28-inch this time.
Yeah.
28-inch. Can you remember going back to 28-inch? You got 55, 60, 90 now.
I remember them doing deals, and sometimes the deals worked out cheaper than what you were already on. They were trying to encourage you to.
Yeah.
You think, might as well get that because it's cheaper. And you get
the other thing that I liked about it is that you weren't on 12-month contracts. You just basically on the never, weren't you? So.
Yeah, you was. Thank heavens we never did that thing with where there were people who had to pay on the spot. It was like putting 10p's or 50p's into the TV. Yeah. Thank heavens we never went down that route. That would have driven me mad, wouldn't it? That you're watching some TV show and it stopped. I can't find 50 pence. What am I going to do?
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to see if I can get my mum into bed now.
Yeah, right. We'll carry on then with these comments. Del, I know you like Quincy. Heard you mention it a few times. I've just ordered the complete set of Canon. Remember that one? Oh, yes. That was William Conrad, wasn't it? Another Quinn Martin production. What a series with when he was running. I always remember him, the big detective. And it was a staple on Saturdays. I remember you'd watch Cannon and you watch Kojak. All these BBC series. BBC must have bought them from America. And they were on all the time, weren't they? Statsky and Hutch as well, yeah. They were great. You look back quite fondly. And Cannon, I remember him. Yeah, William Conrad. Fantastic. It brings back all these memories just thinking about it. Tony says, the rather portly gentleman who would have problems chasing a criminal. I love the way you described him as portly. Brilliant, Tony. I love that. Yes, he was rather portly. There he was running after the criminals. But I always love a Quinn Martin production. Love that canon. In tonight's episode, extra special guest so and so, and even more special guest so and so. It was great the way they packaged their programs. I've just loved them. Yeah, it's so nostalgic. Tony says Frank Cannon. I was trying to remember the actor's name. Yeah, it's William Conrad. Brilliant. And I don't have a 4K player because my TV isn't 4K, so it would be wasted on me. Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I won't worry about it. It's not the be all and end all. Sometimes I think that I've got 4K, but I still buy a lot of my collection is still Blu-ray. I just buy Blu-rays. I think a lot of it is to do with price, and I think, is it such a big upgrade? Sometimes you might think for certain films it is, but generally, I have to go for what works out cheaper. But another thing that I'm already thinking is, I know I have got quite a bit of room. I'm still trying to now make sure that I'm buying films that I really want, and they're not going to be one-time watches. That's so important, I think, to me now. Try not just buy anything. Be certain, read all what you can about it. I know sometimes you will probably disagree with people's opinions, or try and just watch trailers or something, though trailers are not always a good idea. But I'm always aware of trying to sort of make sure my collection doesn't get full of things that I'm not going to watch more than once. I've got to say to myself, yeah, I'll watch that again. I think it's space, really. I've got quite a bit, but I think I want, I just don't want it overdone. I can expand. I've got quite a bit of room in there that I can buy some more bookcases, because that's how I do it. I can't be doing with all these shelving, because I've got a bit of shelving, but it's bloody difficult. I find it. I'm not very good at do it yourself, and so I'm quite happy with shelving I've got. So I go for bookcases, and you can put bookcases on top of, if you get the rights on top of each other, so you build up with bigger bookcases in the end, if you get the right ones. That's what I do anyhow. But I'm very aware of space, and I've got enough, quite a bit, but it just seems, it's a better way for your collection. And then we said William Conrad, that's it, a Quinn Martin production. Remember seeing it, thinking it was Saturday and Sunday. It was Saturday evenings, I remember it so well. And Frank Cannon running, or trying to run.
Oh, Cannon.
Yeah, do you remember Cannon? A Quinn Martin production, yes.
Wow.
William Conrad.
Quinn Martin to me will always be the streets of San Francisco and Invaders. But yeah, I remember Frank Cannon.
Yeah, well, it was a Saturday night thing. I just remember watching that. There was that period on BBC where on Saturday nights they had things.
I just like the way that everything was Act 1, Act 2, epilogue.
It was that era, you'd have that, and then because we had Kojak, Starsky and Hutch, all those kind of police programs that they'd have on. They're really good. He was a private investigator, wasn't he, Cannon?
Yeah.
And then wasn't William Conrad in Jake and the Fat Man? I think you may be right, actually.
Yeah, I think you was.
Yeah, I think you are right. Good title there. Tony Hawk says, I have a 4K player and TV, but not many 4K discs. I do think it does a good job of improving Blu-ray and DVD picture quality with the upscaling. Yeah, the upscaling, it can be really good. really can.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about cheap 4K players is if they haven't got the menu option to turn off upscaling. Because what they do these days is they put a chip in there it's called the processing, the picture processor. And if you can't turn it off, then basically, it will try. It doesn't have the ability to understand that you can't upscale 4K.
Yeah.
See what I mean? The other thing you got to think about here as well is these people that turn the sharpness up on your TV, right? You shouldn't have a sharpness control for 4K.
No.
If it's purely being pumped into your TV, then HDR and everything like that is supposed to give you the optimal picture quality. Turning the sharpness just makes it grainy.
Yeah.
Horrible lines and all sorts of stuff. There's a guy that I watch that reviews TVs, projectors, and all sorts of things, and he does a thing that says, "Turn these things off now." You know what I mean? And it's great because there were so many that are turned on as soon as instantly that you get it, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why have you got frame buffer something or other and all this sort of stuff on?
You don't need
what I
them.
mean?
Yeah. And then we've got Jamie saying, I heard this week's people's purchased digital movies have been deleted in one particular streaming service. Yeah. I can't remember which one, but that is
Studio Canal. Studio Canal and Sony.
Yeah. It is. I think we discussed it quite a bit.
Then I read the article that's behind it, and apparently Studio Canal had a distributor for digital, and they went into administration.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So there was this backlash that was saying, Sony, how can you do this? But actually, the company's gone into administration. And the terms and conditions that you signed for it wasn't yours. You're only renting it. So if a company goes into administration, bang, they don't have the rights to actually hold that.
Yeah. And then we've got Don't Sub saying Baldur's Gate 3 came on 4 discs on the Xbox. It won't fit on the disc is no excuse. Put more effing discs in the box.
That's what I just turned around and said. I said Grand Theft Auto might come on 6 discs. I don't care. Put the six discs in. It's just that's probably one of the reasons why they're turning around and saying 13 years have passed since this came out, and it just does not make economical sense to put 6 discs and then have a patch that you got to download that's as big as one of the discs that you're installing it from. All of this sort of stuff comes into it. It isn't an excuse. I'm not giving excuses to anything. I told you now, if there was a physical media edition of it, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
I want the physical, but it's just that's what's happening, and you can't sell it.
No.
That's the greed part. You can't sell it. You can't sell a code on.
No.
Simple as that. So Kex have been kicking up a stink.
Well, they would do. It's their business, isn't it? Big part of their business. And then Tony says, which character of those two did he play? So that's Fat Man and Jake and the Fat Man. Yes, I get you. They're laughing there. And then Si says, I always thought that he looked like the Italian actor Bud Spencer. What? Who's Bud? I've not heard of Bud Spencer. I've
heard the name, but I can't think of his face.
Oh, right. And then Tony says, typically big business tactics, Jamie. Glad I've never bothered with streaming. No.
Like I said, I stopped with Ultraviolet, I tell you.
Yeah.
I ain't been burnt twice. Nah.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah.
I remember when Ultraviolet went, and they said some of your films are now going to go under Warner's own streaming service, this, that, and the other. All my BBC Doctor Who's went. Because I bought all the steel books with the code, Ultraviolet code that came in it.
Yeah.
And because the BBC didn't have iPlayer at that time, that was it.
Yeah.
Lost a lot.
Yeah. That's why the discs are so important. You've got to have the discs. They can't do all. They cannot touch you. Let's see. And then here James says, when good movie YouTube channels. Try Steph over on a movie chatter channel. All right, I've not heard of movie chatter.
See now,
yeah.
look, writing it down. Movie chatter.
Never thought about that sign, but now you mention it, you're right. He does. Right. And then when we says, didn't mind streaming too much, but I never jumped on the digital downloads. No, because it was bound to happen. They removed films you purchased. No, I think it's true. It was bound to happen. You know,
you were on what they really call rental.
Yes. Yeah.
They should never have called it purchasing.
Yes. You're downloading these rental streaming. Yeah. Oh, that's it.
It's like going into Blockbusters and never giving the tape back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't dare have could use that word.
You never really owned it. Blockbusters still.
Yeah. 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 Do you think in the end it's going to affect their revenue then, all this? The streaming.
It's going to have the amount of people that are probably now turning around and saying that the price of technology is going up 20%. You've put up you're giving us something now that I can't even sell later on. Blah blah blah. It's obviously going to have a certain amount, but there will also be those people that will say, "But I've bought every Sony thing since Dawn began, so I'm going to continue."
Yeah,
but I won't be such a big fanboy of it. Maybe there's probably going to be that side of things, and then there's people that are just going, it's the bloody futures. What do you expect? And then just carry on regardless without being annoyed about it.
There'll be those younger people who it's part of their life as they see it. It's how it is. Yeah. They haven't got the same attachment that we have to physical media. But I say that, but there are some that are waking up to it, because I have seen younger people and saying, yeah, I'll go out and start buying DVDs because the movies are not secure as I thought, and they're quite cheap. If you like films, you think, well, I can buy loads of DVDs.
Honestly, it's like anything. You can imagine where is Kodak these days?
Yes, it's a good question.
A DSLR camera came out. It had memory in it. You recorded everything onto your memory stick, put it into your computer. Where's the film processing gone out of this? Boots has gone, blood. Kodak's gone. All of this sort of stuff. They nothing never ever goes away. It's like vinyl was dead for quite some time, not dead, but it never went. It never died. There were still companies that were making needles for your record player.
Because don't forget, there's always been hi-fi people who love hi-fi. That's always been there.
It's like anything. It just diminishes to a level where it doesn't become into the consciousness anymore of the mainstream.
Yeah, and then now people were writing CDs off, but then CDs are coming back more. For me, they've never gone away. But
I could not move for people in PC world not buying blank DVDs and CDs to record their music on. Right now, you might be lucky to find a small section in a Sainsbury's somewhere where you can buy blank DVD. That's because they don't even put a DVD or CD burner in your PCs that you buy these days.
Yeah,
there's no burner in your PC. Yeah. They came as standard in your PCs for years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, actually, I've got a rant about CDs because I think some artists are now ruining CDs. Madonna, for instance, has got a new album out. It's, I think, Confessions 2. It's a follow up from one of her big hits that she had early on. And what they've done is they've got a standard CD which is about a tenner, right? But then if you want 6 other tracks, you have to pay 30 quid. So basically, then doesn't that smell of rip-off?
Well, it does.
If you want those, if you're a big Madonna fan and you think, oh, I've got to have these 6 tracks, you're gonna pay 30 quid. You know, that's quite a big difference. That's 20 quid difference. You know, for what 6 tracks.
And then there's those people that pay an extra £5 or £10 for blue vinyl, was a clear vinyl, blah blah blah. They're doing that with CDs now. I think last year there was an artist that came out with a clear CD. It doesn't even play in all CD players because the laser goes straight through it.
I hate it. Why are they doing them trying to ruin CDs? Yeah.
So a transparent CD that when you put the drawer in, you can't even see the bloody thing spinning around. So what's the point in that?
It's just annoying what they're doing.
I mean, on a record, at least if you're buying a vinyl, that you can see the thing spinning round.
They're trying.
You can't even see the bloody CD spinning around on half the players.
They're trying to do this collection thing so they can make money by saying, "Oh, I don't know." It's this missing out thing. Like, oh God, I've got to have those 6. I'm a big Madonna fan. I've got to have those 6 tracks. I've got to have them. So I'm going to pay the 30 quid. It's terrible. Isn't that a rip-off? But they know the fans, if you're a big fan, you'll pay it. You don't want to miss out. I'm sure you're the same with Elton John. If there's a special edition with extra tracks that you're not getting on the standard, you'll go for a special edition, won't you?
Oh, yeah.
You see, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, but I'll only do that with certain artists, I have to say.
I think it's annoying. Or another thing is, an album does well, it becomes, a big seller. And then they'll release that album again, but it's got extra tracks on, which they didn't put on the first one. So that means if you're a big fan, you bought the first album, and then you think, well, I've got to have the second one. So they've ripped you off. So
that's been around for years, though.
Yeah,
but
you might remember
I was helping you with the Elton John bit with Music Magpie when you were going to buy a few of them.
Yeah,
right?
But
and I was saying to you, look, there's this album, look, Peachtree Road, right?
Yeah.
And if you look there was some that were $2.99, some that were $3.99, some that were $19.99, and you were asking me the questions, and I was going, yeah, but some of those have come from America, some of them have come from Canada, some of them have got different tracks on. And then if you buy the remasters have got at the end 4 extra tracks of live recordings that were done in 1972 that have never been released. Right? You go, oh, I'll have the digital. I'll have that then. I'll have the special edition digital version of the Goodbye Yellow Brick Road album, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he'll come out with a collection of 14 discs or something in it called the Diamond Collection or something. Yeah. They'll have all those tracks in it anyway.
Yeah.
So you bought all those singularly, and then when you buy the collection one, it's got all of them collected in it anyway. You might as well have just waited until the big box came in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like that. It's that eternal thing. How many times am I buying the White Album?
Yeah. Yes, that's a good question. Yeah.
There was always that person that turned around and said, "Oh yeah, so after CD comes out, we're going down this route." And instantly, the White Album's going to be reissued, don't it? Right, on that new medium.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I know they've done that with, do you know the Beatles, the red and the blue albums with all the hits on? They've reissued them, haven't they? And put
I don't know how many times.
Those found, the singles where they're found on some little tape and have fiddled about and have got some sort of track with John Lennon sounding like he's, it's not very good. They obviously, for a reason, they weren't released.
Well, yeah, they were probably tuning their guitars while he was doing it.
And that's it. They put them out and stick them on these things. So if you're a completionist, you've got to get them and buy them again. Yeah, it's it's more. I suppose it's what they do, make it screwing people. They're all
Yeah.
at it. Right. So look. Why isn't it doing it? Go on. Ah, there we are. So, PS6 will be over £1,000. Blumenich. I hope the company crashes and burns now. I hate them so much. Xbox might do the same, so I might buy a Switch too. That is depressing, isn't it?
Like I said, it's a very complex subject, but I'm telling you now, Switch 2 is going up by 20%. The Xbox has already turned around and said that the Xbox X and the Xbox S have all gone up in price by about at least 80 quid. And that's overnight. And that's because of RAM. And RAM is now double the price of what it was 3 months ago. And when it was, and then it was actually increased by about 100 or 200 pounds over Christmas, which is when I was building my PC. So now, if you want to buy RAM, it's costing a fortune, all because of the complexity of AI data centers and the industry turning around and saying we're now not going to sell to the private market, we're going to sell to data centers because that's where our bread and butter is. So, of course, all your phones have got memory in them. Your TVs have got memory in them. Your consoles have got memory in them. Your PCs, your laptops, your tablets. So everything that's got memory in, stuff it. Your graphic cards, your soundboard, they're all going to go up. Everything.
Oh, yeah. Aren't we full of joy on it today? And then Tony says you can't beat the smell of an old book. Yeah, I totally agree, Tony. I love an old book. Love them. And then we'll still buy them. You know, you can go on the world of books and you can buy some really good books cheap, really cheap and wonderful. James can't beat the smell of an old book. Old hooker, sorry, of an old hooker. Oh dear, no.
As long as his name's not TJ.
Oh dear.
Because I don't really want to know what William Shatner smells like. Thank you very much.
An old hooker. Yeah.
I mean, what is he? 92 now, wasn't
it? Yeah. And then Si says, alive or dead, Jamie? Yeah. And then he's smiling and then having a laugh there. And then Si says, I made myself laugh there. Well, that's good. We want you to laugh. We don't want to get gloomy. We've been getting a bit gloomy. Matron. Oh, Matron. I can't do it very well. And then B&M have cancelled my Blu-ray order.
No.
Who's B&M? I don't know who B&M is.
Is that Barnes and Noble in the States?
Oh yes, I bet it is. You're good. Yeah, it is. They're always on about the bar. A lot of people, I've seen videos. It's the Barnes and Noble sale, and they go along and pick up half price because they're expensive, aren't they? Normally, pretty expensive.
I'm guessing it's Barnes and Noble.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah. And that you must be absolutely fed up with that. I bet you thought, yeah. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? And and he uses your favorite word, bastards.
Bastards.
And then Tony says, what was the Criterion order, Jamie? Yes. Yeah, he says, yeah. So I says, damn. And then Jamie says, they said it didn't pass their verification process. Probably because my billing address is UK. Really? So they must say they don't post overseas.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's
it's that other restriction that they're trying to do where they're using third-party places where you have your discs delivered to a company and the company then forwards them on to you.
Yeah.
I should think it's something along those lines that they're trying to stop that process. So they look at your credit card now and see where you bought it from.
Yeah.
I think they're doing the same process for scalpers.
Yeah.
So that you can only buy one ticket with one credit card or whatever it is, and that means you have to have 14 credit cards to get 14 tickets, or it makes it really difficult.
But it's just unfortunate that there you are for you.
That's bloody awful.
Yeah, the good thing
if you've got the money and you want to buy it, and you're paying for you're paying for it, something to be sent to you.
Yes.
Then what's the problem?
Yeah. I mean, look at the Australian imprint one. A lot of people really are quite happy to pay it because they want those in their collection, and there's nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong at all. That probably costs about 200 quid or more. Postage. And then Jamie says, really fucks me off that we can't get Criterions in their 50% off sale. I think you're right. Yeah.
Criterion pissed me off anyway, because why you can only get certain stuff in America and only get certain stuff in the UK, and therefore you piss off the American market because the UK have got this disc, and you piss off the UK market because the Americans have got this disc.
Yeah, why?
Pisses me off.
Yeah. Why do they do that?
Even Arrow do that though, don't they? So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Arrows didn't used to. They've separated themselves, haven't they? You've got the American Arrow and the British one.
So they do these announcements that you see on YouTube channels saying, "Oh, we just had this announced," and you'll find that that's if you live in America.
Yeah.
Can't get that disc if you're in a, that's why certain ones are turned around and say you can only get this from Zavvi UK, because they don't realize that there's a HMV UK and a Amazon UK and all that. So they recognize the word Zavvi because so many people that live in the States recognize Zavvi as a big distributor of stuff.
Yeah.
You mention that name all the time. It always amuses me because it's like, why are you talking about Zavvi there? Because Amazon UK got that.
Yeah. Arrow have been a bit bad doing that, aren't they? They're trying to. I don't know what their game is, because it's like saying you can't get them in this country now.
Well, like I said, I was pissed off, Ian, because of RoboCop 2.
Yes, yeah. I've heard people
it was never announced as being a release in this country. If I remember rightly. I think I'm right with that. I bought RoboCop on Blu-ray, then I bought it again with the same artwork 4K, and then RoboCop 2 was announced to go with the collection, and I went, but it's only in the States.
Yeah. I mean, you probably could get it through. There are some on eBay,
Rare Waves and things like
that. Which you'll get American imports, but it'll take a while, and it'll probably cost you a while.
Well, I mean, what Denny does, my friend Denny, he's got an eBay supplier that orders them, and you order them through him, and he charges an extra £5 or something. It's how I got my Somewhere in Time.
Yeah.
I had to go down that route. I said, why isn't Somewhere in Time in the UK? Oh, it's American only. Oh, is it? Why?
Yeah. Oh, well. And then I suppose, Tony...
anyway, I'm going to try and get my mum into bed for the final bloody time. She wouldn't go. So,
oh, dear. Yeah. She might have fallen asleep now. And then we've got Tony saying... they'll be waiting until the sale is over and hoping you're willing to pay full price. You never know, do you, with these people? God, yeah. And then Si says, do you know anyone in the States so you can get it delivered to them? Then you can sort out the shipping from their house. That is a good idea. I'm sure some people would try that, because it's a lot of money, isn't it? Tony said, I heard you can rent an address in the US to forward purchases. on there from them on like a yeah, and Si says like a PO box. Yeah, I suppose that's it. And James says, I'm tapping an American YouTuber up to see if he'd be open to buying the Criterion Blu-rays and ship them over. I'd reimburse him via PayPal. PayPal's a good way of doing it, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that'll be easier, a lot less fuss than, well, you know, it's a good way. It's PayPal, isn't it, to pay into their account. Hopefully you might be able to get that going. So then you'll be able to get all of the criterions. I don't understand why there's that split though in the company. It doesn't make sense, does it, really? And then Tony says, yeah, thanks, Elsive. I've heard people mention it on YouTube. That's right. It's probably turn out to be 30% off at the end of the day if you do it that way. So you won't get your 50%. Yeah. Jamie says, I've used the Stackery service once before, but Barnes and Noble seem to have got wise on that method. 2 orders cancelled now. Yeah, if they've got wise to it, there's not a lot you can do, is there? Apart from, as you say, get an American YouTuber to buy them and then send them to you. That's about the only way around it, isn't it? Tony says, I wonder why they aren't keen on UK buyers getting their releases. That is interesting. I don't know. I don't understand their policy at all. There must be some reason behind it. Oh, it's all because of Brexit, is it? Oh God, don't talk to me about Brexit. Yeah, I could scream about that person. Yeah, who's still trying to now ruin the country. Oh God, that bloke. Yeah. Mr. £5 million. Yes. What can I say about Brexit? Biggest disaster this happened to this country. Another of Farage's bright ideas worked out well, hasn't it? Yeah, it's exactly, Tony. And of course, he's just happily grifting away, getting all his money. He don't give a F, does he? Yeah, he's about as much the man of the people as God. He's not the man of the people. He's just a con in grifter, just in to make loads of money. Oh, here you are, Nigel. There's £5 million. Oh yeah, lovely. They used to ship to the UK, but stopped after Brexit. There you are. You see, Brexit was one of the biggest mistakes. The thing that these Brexit people don't understand is that it was very close, exceedingly close. It really was close. Yeah, I just think if we'd have got a few more people to vote, it would have gone our way, I think. But unfortunately, people thought, it's not going to happen. I mean, I did vote, but we should have rallied more people. But I think it came at a time when people just didn't bother voting. What can I say? Some people have got a lot to answer for, and that Farage has. So I saw on the news where someone asked, why do you think we've had 7 PMs in a decade? What happened? 10 years ago? Brexit. Yeah. Casualties. Absolute casualties. Oh, dear. It's too... I said we would try and not get down, but it is, all this Reform UK business depresses me like hell. But there we are. And then Dotson said, I read the Railway Children book many years ago when I was in my teens. I enjoyed it a lot and found it better than the TV version. Oh, that's good. Often people do say that about books. I think, with books, I used to read books a lot when I was younger. I mean, a real hell of a lot. At one time, I was just reading book after book. But now I almost feel like if I start reading a book, it seems like it's an habit almost I've got to get into, and I feel I might fall asleep or something. It's that bad. Maybe I won't, but and it's also getting the right glasses as well, because I have got some better glasses now where I can, but you got to be comfortable reading the book as well. You really like this, so there's that factor. But I don't know about the concentration. It seems like a massive uphill thing. Maybe it's something I should try. I don't know. It's. I have got some books that I see. The books I do look at are more reference type books, or books that I flick through and look at things. They're not novels, and I should read novels, as well. It's the way I think maybe it's the way I need to train myself. I don't know. I don't know whether I need to retrain myself into it, because I used to read a lot and just get carried away, and I could read book after book after book. I didn't fall asleep. I bet now I would. I would start falling asleep. Oh dear. And then James says also the fact ex-PMs get 100,000 annual pension. So why would you want to stay at a stressful job that pays after leaving? I didn't realize it. That's a pretty good pension, isn't it? And then you think of all the other investments they've probably got going in various places. They've probably got a bob or two.
Wow. There's that big news article that's on today, isn't there, saying that Trump has made $2 billion this year alone. While he is president.
Yeah.
And I'm going, there should be a ruling.
There should be. It seems
about that talks about the fact you can't run a business while you're something or other.
I think it seems to me there's a conflict of interest. Don't you think there could be a conflict of interest?
And if you think about the people that have got this money all the time, right?
Yeah.
This pension of 100,000 or something, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember that when I work for a company, I've got that pension that says anything I put in, the company puts in the other half. Right? Yeah. So just think what it's like if you've got 100,000 going in.
Yeah.
That means for every 100,000 I'm putting in, somebody's put the company's just putting 100,000 in as well, making it 200,000.
Yeah.
And then when you think about it, that the state's paying for that.
Yeah.
Well, that means it's coming from me then.
Yeah. You're paying for it. You're contributing to that.
For that.
Yeah.
You just made me feel so much better that I'll never even probably get to my pensionable age. And you're bloody taking all my bloody pot money away from me.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a big thing, the pension thing. I won't go into it, but certainly for in the future, pensions are going to be a hot topic because the state can't afford it.
Wouldn't it be really good, right? Yeah. If we had a service a bit like Netflix and all of that, right? For prime ministers or presidents, right? Where I didn't vote for you, so I don't take anything that you say as anything, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not paying for you because I didn't vote for you.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting way.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't it? Rather than because the majority voted for you, that means everybody's got to now comply with everything that you say, right?
Yeah.
Because I'd love to turn around and say, "Oh, I didn't vote for you, so up yours."
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It says exactly so, but it doesn't really matter if a friend gives you £5 million and you earn 22,000 per hour advertising gold. Well, again, we know, Farage is just building up the pots. And I think that I read The Railway Children at School. Yeah, I'm sure it probably was one that was.
That's where I read it.
Still, yeah. And then here we are, Muckman, fucking Liz Truss. Oh, she's lovely, isn't she? 2 weeks in the job and now earns a 6-figure salary. Oh, yeah. She was a wonderful prime minister, the shortest in history.
Oh, yeah.
And now she's making money going on the circuit and aligning with all these people moaning about, tax system and that there should be. Anyhow, what going about her, but she isn't worth a 2-figure salary. No, she's not worth 50 pence. And then and she killed Queen Liz. Oh yeah, because she's the last prime minister that the Queen saw, wasn't she? And she died day after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she'd sworn in so many different prime ministers.
Yeah, and then she gets Liz Truss as the last.
Just think that the last president you swore in was Trump. I mean, Christ, that can't be what the end on, was it?
That won't go down well. No. Oh dear.
And all those people, like that you'd seen, like I don't know, like JFK and all that. The last person you saw was Trump, some orange bloke.
Yeah. Lovely.
Maybe it didn't affect her too much because her eyesight was going. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know was Trump wasn't exactly like the nicest person in the world, was he? To her, I mean, he didn't like standing behind her and all of this.
He didn't. No, he wanted to get in front and take the limelight. It didn't. Yeah. And then Tony says, "Bitch, Truss."
Truss.
Oh yeah. Truss. Yes. You've got me going now. Yeah. She's earning loads. You can imagine she's earning lots of money making speeches about how she hates all these conservatives and she should be.
Some of these people, I just wish they were allergic to microphones or something.
Yeah. It's actually up to 100. What's that? 150,000 a year. 115? Is that 100? Sorry.
Yeah, 115,000 a year.
Yeah. Wow. And then 1952 BBC presenter.
He's as common as muck, but he sounds like a 1952 BBC presenter.
And tells us, now that's bloody stupid phone is telling me it's time for bed in 30 minutes. It does this every week. I know you said, Tony.
Hey, I nearly fell into a trap now. Tony, what you ought to be doing, right, is going to bed, listening to a Jerry Goldsmith score. Thank God I got Jerry Goldsmith in. Right?
Yeah. And then the size laughing at harm. We've got and then my movies. 4 Yorkshiremen sketch, classic. It is a classic of Python.
It's one of my favourites, that is.
99 Tony, and then he's put Tony says, I've been in bed an hour by the time Ian reads this. Yeah, really? Yeah.
Is that right?
And then Wee Bob says, hello all. Hello, Bob. Welcome.
He's probably watching this from his new movie room.
Oh, yes, of course. He's got a wonderful movie. It's a great video there. And then Si says, hi, Wee Bob. And then Tony says, I'm going to rebel and not take any notice of it. Hey, don't take any notice of your phone. Yeah. And then Tony says, hi, Bob. And then McMahon says, hi, Bob. And then Si says, I never knew you were a punk, Tony. Hey, yeah, you never know. And then Wee Bob says, I love the never-ending story, but that's because it depicted escapism from being bullied. But as you say, everyone has a different story. That's true. Yeah. Well,
yeah. My escapism from being bullied was Spider-Man. See.
Yeah. If that has a lot of meaning, then that's That's good. That's, you know, for you personally, that's really good. And then James says, Never Ending Story is overrated, in my opinion. Labyrinth and Dark Crystal knock the spots of Never Ending
Never ending
Story.
story.
Where's
And this is
Jim Cam?
and this is where I was going. I'm totally in agreement with Jamie Muckman. I mean, I just think Never Ending Story is really overrated. But I'm never gonna turn around and you know, laugh and joke and quaff at people that like Never Ending Story,
Yeah,
because I mean there are no end of people that like it. I
exactly.
mean,
Yeah.
there's people that are wrong in this room about Condor Man. Yes, I did hear what was being said about Condor Man, you little sods. But you know,
He loves it, really. Yeah.
do I buggery? You get that? Get rid of that.
Oh dear. Oh yeah. And then I'll be like Connor in the Terminator, fighting technology. No, yeah. Well, why not? Yeah.
I like it when people say something like that, because I'm
Yeah.
saying, well, what technology are you using to write that in?
Yeah. And good on you, Bob. He says, I'm looking forward to Supergirl, regardless of the critics. All power to you.
Which is exactly how it should be.
Yeah, good. So I'm sick of just me. I'm just having a moan, but I'm just sick of everybody. I'm going on about it.
Oh, you should have seen the amount of people that were turning around and saying, oh, I'm a bit worried because I've been saying Supergirl's crap, and all these people are coming out and saying how wonderful it is before any of us have even seen it, and then all of a sudden, the embargo was lifted, and then all of these people were saying, "See, I told you it was shit. Look how it's bombed. Look, it made less money than this." And I'm just going, why are we cheering people that bloody want things to fail?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for this film to fail. Another one I can jump on the bandwagon on and go.
Follow what their big opinion is. They just follow what they think the consensus opinion is. And I don't like that. Why can't people be honest in a way and just say, actually, I enjoyed that film. You know, it may have its limitations, but so what? It's good. It's enjoyable. But it's like they've got to be one way or other. You know, it's crazy, and it makes better videos. You know, I hate people who make these videos, and they're clearly bandwagon videos. They've seen everybody else saying this, and they just follow on the bandwagon. Don't like it. And then James says, "I'm more excited about seeing Lobo in Supergirl. That sounds dirty, does it? I don't know." And then
because he's put Lobo in Supergirl.
Oh, I get So it's the way I read them. Yeah, that's more.
I think you need to go to bed.
Yeah,
I don't think you're not catching on to this.
And then yeah, innuendo. I'd love to see a dedicated 18 certificate Lobo film. Oh, there you are.
Well, they're saying that Deadpool 4 is basically now dead in the water, and that was 18 certificate for Marvel, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't know.
Their Deadpool series were mostly 18 or R rated. You know what I mean?
I'm one of these people who didn't really get on with Deadpool stuff. I know it was very popular, and the jokes, it was more, I suppose, more grittier, more, more rude, if you want to say it, potty mouthed. I don't know, but he was very popular.
Yeah, because he's called the Merc. He's called the Merc with the mouth.
Yeah. And then Si says, "Are we turning into a carry-on film?" Well, we need to, perhaps. We need to, maybe. Yeah, some glue stuff with them. I've had quite a few old Lobo comics. Oh, have you? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Weeble Obsession is a great movie for the budget. Watched it last night. Yeah, I'd really like to watch that. I will definitely get around to saying.
Yeah.
And then we've got Steve Mole saying, "Ian and Delboy and everyone in the chat, I'm back. Are you moaning, Delboy? I don't know. I go away for a few months, come back, and there you are, Delboy, moaning your ass off. Laugh out loud. There you are.
Well, I've had such a shit. I've had such a shit day. I needed to moan. Nobody knows what my bad day was other than Ian in the first 15 minutes before I come on.
Yeah. Anyhow, welcome back. Anyhow, even if you went to the Delboy moaning, but yeah. Then we've got Sai saying, right, Indy Navarrete is amazing in Obsession. She deserves an Oscar nomination for the performance. Again, I'm just waiting to see this film. I can't wait. I agree. That was outstanding, Sai, Bob says. And then Tony, hi, Stephen. And then Don't Sub says, I can't watch the new Captain Scarlet. It's terrible. The original is still awesome. Yeah, that's how I felt. I felt
like
prejudiced.
I watched them both, but I must admit, I haven't watched the new Captain Scarlet 10 years, 12 years, maybe. And yet I've watched Captain Scarlet, the Puppeteer one. I can tell you now, I probably watched it about 5 months ago.
Yeah.
So it shows you what
the difference. Yeah.
But
yeah, I kind of agree there. And then Steamwell says, Tony Hawk, hi, Tony.
I will say this, though. I'll listen to Captain Scarlet on vinyl.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah.
I can listen to the stories. And this is where I'm going about the music, you see, because they'll have the Barry Gray orchestra playing in the background while the story's being told on a vinyl record. Do you see what I mean?
Good, yeah.
So this is where I'm saying I couldn't do that with the new Captain Scarlet. I'd be bored senseless.
Yeah, that's not good. Jamie says, just seen a table of XPM public duty cost claims. Liz Truss has claimed, what? 201k up to end of 2025. What a bitch.
Yeah, probably got chauffeur driven everywhere, didn't she?
I mean, that's a hell of a lot of money. We're paying for all that. Yeah. And then Bob says, if you like Snatch, watch In the Grey. I really loved it. Very different from Snatch, but it had that vibe. Snatch, is that like this sort of what's it called? Guy Ritchie ones.
It's one of those things where, do you know, so many people talk about Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels and all that, and I just go, I watched it, and it was I don't go on about it. Snatch is another one of those ones where I've watched it, I think, and I thought it was all right. I'm not a big fan of them, though. That's the trouble.
Yeah.
But I know that there's a lot of people that really do, and I'm just going great.
Yeah. Tony says, don't get me started on expenses, Jamie. There should be a minimum term in office to be eligible for PM pension, at least 6 months. I know you're right on there. And then Stephen Moore says, just recently bought the Jackie Chan box set, my first purchase in about 3 months. The reason I haven't been around, I moved house about 2 months ago, and I only got my broadband set up Monday. Crikey. That's quite a while, isn't it, without broadband? Wow.
Some people would think that you've had your arm cut off.
Yeah, well, I would. I remember our broadband being down for about 3 days, and I was having serious problems. What are we going to do? It's terrible, but you get through it. But Jackie Chan, do you know, I've not seen any Jackie Chan films, to be honest. The martial arts ones. He's very popular, isn't he? Jackie Chan. He's
Some of
got
the
more of
early
a
stuff
comedic
apparently is
element,
great.
has he, as
Some
well?
of, some of the early stuff apparently is really good.
Yeah, he's got that both, hasn't he? Element of being a skilled martial arts, per fighter, but as well as he did these sort of comedy stuff as well. I think. I don't know. I've not seen any of his films, but there's been a lot released, haven't there, in these nice looking box sets. See, with all artwork, very popular. And then Seymour says, Ian, what are you going to do with yourself with no Doctor Who Christmas special this year? Cry and think, oh my God. But
bloody celebrate based on the last Christmas
well,
special.
to be honest, I didn't watch that. I couldn't even bear to watch it.
Well,
I think I saw a few minutes.
that hotel
Yeah.
nonsense.
It was absolute. It put me. In fact, I think that killed me. My interest.
I got the premise. You know, isn't there always in a building a door that goes nowhere,
Yeah.
right? And I must admit, it's an interesting premise because I've been in some rooms and you open a door and there's a brick wall behind it. But apparently it used to be a through door that took you into another room. So it's an interesting idea. Yeah, what about all those different doors that actually lead to different periods of time? That's an interesting concept, but it was
not
shit.
when they do
it was executed so badly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm sure Delboy was saying we used to absolutely look forward. It was an highlight, the Christmas special, wasn't it? When it came back, once they started getting into it, it was something you really look forward to. Christmas Day, Doctor Who Christmas special.
Yeah, it was, and fantastic. even the crap ones. I remember the Peter Capaldi one where Santa walked into the TARDIS.
Oh yeah, that one. What? Yeah, but
all that shit.
The BBC I think they just lost confidence in Doctor Who. But the thing is, if they were looking at the ratings, which is what they often do, the ratings every Christmas now are going down because people are not watching the TV the same.
No.
I wish they'd get it into their heads. They'll find a lot of Doctor Who fans were watching it on the iPlayer. Or otherwise,
well, I've already told you how controversial that subject is because I turn around and say to you cannot use old metrics for the modern era. We do not watch TV in the same way.
We don't.
And to be quite honest, I bet you any money that the sales of the DVDs and Blu-rays and everything, if you put them up together, total more than what was seen in that week for any individual episode.
Exactly.
So it's not. It's for some people, the popularity of a show should be looked at from the sales of the physical media.
Yeah, and the BBC make a lot of money, and that's why they're still releasing them on physical media.
It wouldn't surprise me if most of the revenue for Doctor Who came from the worldwide sales of the DVDs and Blu-rays.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great tradition when it started, but like everything else, television has evolved and changed. That's what's happened, hasn't it? Everything changes. BBC are lucky to get, probably 6 million for EastEnders or something like that.
They even fudged the figures for the King's Speech.
Yeah, they're probably
because the only way that the King's Speech turned out to be the #1 watch programs on Christmas Day was combining all the audiences that watched it on Channel 5, Channel 4, BBC 2, BBC 1, because it was broadcasted at 3:00 on all of those channels. You put them all together and yay, look, we got 6 million people watching the King's Speech. But I bet you it was like 200,000 on the BBC. It was for 500,000 on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have even registered.
Yeah.
And I bet you any money, half the people just had it on in the background while they were stuffing themselves with turkey round the the dining room table.
Yeah, I think in end they'll have to abandon this at Christmas time and not bother with stats. It's been a tradition to do it, but it's got so low that it doesn't mean anything,
Yeah.
But to be fair, they've got nothing to show hardly. I mean, I never liked Gavin and Stacey. It was something I never watched.
Oh, that, yeah.
But if that was their biggest draw, which it was, a lot of people did like it. They haven't got anything like that now. They haven't got a show like that, have they?
No, the BBC get worried because they see Call the Midwife is going down the ratings every year.
I bet that'll be.
Oh, that was the number 3 show last year. It's number 5 this year.
Yeah,
and that must be losing its sell-by date now.
Oh. Everything is changed. People in the BBC and everybody else needs to realise that they don't mean anything anymore.
That's what I'm saying. ITV don't care anymore, do they? They had one show in the top 10.
Yeah, they're not bothered.
Because all they've got now is a very minute amount of technical people just changing the tape over for Christmas Day.
That's
no
right.
there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Coronation Street still gets all its fans who like Coronation Street. They'll watch it, whatever. So they're guaranteed with a Christmas special or whatever. It'd be just an extended episode. They're guaranteed that. But even that audience is probably not watching it the same way. Yeah. Or I get the impression with something like Coronation Street is that it's modern audience are not keen on it. They don't follow it. But there is an audience who likes retro, looking back at the older days of it or something like that. Like your what is it? The channel that you use a lot. People are watching.
Oh, like rewind.
They'd rather watch the old episodes than what's happening now. So,
Yeah, I think last Christmas I watched a lot of the Kenny Everett New Year's shows that he used to do on ITV. I think they showed those on New Year's Eve. I think I watched a few of those on there.
Yeah.
I remember watching these.
People don't watch the same things anymore in the same way. Like the Morecambe and Wise show now, because even now the BBC still want to keep showing that, so they'll stick it on BBC too, won't they? The repeats of the past shows.
Oh yeah, the other thing they do at Christmas as well is one night of 1972 at Christmas or something, where they'll show you the whole shooting script of what was on BBC One on 1972 on Christmas Eve.
Generation Game with
the Generation Game was there, and Mike Yarwood show.
God, yeah. But people would rather watch that than probably what's on, because there's no time. Because I'll tell you what the worst abomination is, and everybody knows it, is that Mrs. Brown's Boys. Nobody wants it. But for some reason at Christmas, BBC keep putting it on. And how to switch the TV off. But they'll say, oh, well, it does all right in ratings. But who on earth watches that? I can't imagine anybody owning up to watching Mrs. Brown's Boys. Somebody
makes me laugh because every time I watch those charity shop videos, of people doing pickups and they do a video of the shelves. There's always like 25 Mrs. Brown Boys or something in a block that takes up like this, and I'm going, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it is. Who the hell is doing it? And why are the BBC encouraging it by still commissioning? Apparently, they've still commissioned more, haven't they, for so many years?
Yeah.
You're still going to get this rubbish. You're stuck with it. Well, you're not really, because we don't bother with it. Nobody's going to watch it. They're just wasting our money.
Yeah, the other bad thing about it is that they show one on Christmas and then they show the other one on New Year's Day. You can't avoid the whole holiday season. She's on both bleeding days.
Spread it out. Yeah.
And they split it into part 1 and part 2, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah. And Tony says, I think it'll be a relief, Stephen. And I think, is that about the Christmas specials? Yeah, I know what you mean now. It's just they went downhill, those Doctor Who ones, just sadly. And then Seymour says, Tony always laugh out loud, yeah. And then Slipknot says, do you guys remember in Deadpool when he goes to the X-Men mansion where he meets Negasonic? Is that Negasonic at the door with a shaved head and says, Ripley from Alien 3? And she replies, fuck you, old.
I do remember
I
that.
don't remember that now. Oh dear. Yeah. Slipknot says that scene cracked me up.
Yeah.
Slipknot says, "Yeah, all right, Steve." And then Slipknot says, "Yeah, I mate." And then Tony says, "With regard to Outland, I think Warner Archives are releasing their titles that used to be on the now defunct HMV Premium Collection." Yeah, I think that's what's happening now to that. It was a nice collection, wasn't it? Those HMV Premium Collection.
I must admit, Arrow bought a lot of them though, because I mean, I bought Excalibur. Yeah, that's Arrow. I bought Outland. Yeah, that's Arrow now.
Yeah,
etc. etc. So the ones that I bought on the HMV collection mostly came out from Arrow later on.
But they were a nice collection. And then Stephen Moore says, Outland is a good film. I have the Blu-ray that HM did Premium Collection. Yeah. So and Stephen Moore says, they need to release Metro starring Eddie Murphy on Blu-ray and 4K. I don't know that one. Have you?
No, Metro. I remember it.
All right, I've not seen that one. Is that early Eddie Murphy?
Fairly
early in his career. Yeah. Tony says one of Conroy's earliest big roles was in Frightened City. That's it, playing a gang member just before Dr. No. Yeah, I've got that on DVD. And somebody normally says, yes, it's the Tony Hawk corner. That's it. Yes, I've got that one. I already have John Carpenter's autograph. Oh, that's a surprise. You've got his autograph. Yeah. And then Muckman says, question. Oh, favorite film that features roller skates. Oh, crikey. I want to do a top 10 video and need inspiration. Boogie Nights is probably in line. Oh, my giddy aunt. You are picking obscure, difficult subjects. Roller skates.
Yeah, but I already mentioned my when I said rollerball. You know, with James Caan.
Yes, I know rollerball. The original one. They did a remake.
Yeah, the remakes. The remake shit. Yeah. The other one that came to mind, which is bloody awful as well, is Xanadu.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, it wouldn't be for me that. I cannot think of any roller skate ones at all. I'm sure there is. I'm sure you can find 10. Yeah.
Anyway, rollerball was my one.
Yeah. I can't think of one. I'm sorry, Jamie. I'd have to be Googling around and probably come up with something on Google.
I'm pretty sure Inspector Gadget probably had roller skates on it.
Yeah. And then we've got Mer. I know this is Mer from the Philippines, and she says, hello, everyone. Hello, Mer. Hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. And then you've got Rollerball there. And then Tony Knight says, hello, lovely cat. Yes. And then Steve Moles, Skate Town, USA, Roller Boogie, Brink, Solar Warriors. God, that's some great stuff. Films that I have no idea. There you are. So hopefully that will help you, Jamie. Yeah. And then, with regard roller skating films, I like Whip It 2, starring Drew Barrymore. I like Drew Barrymore, but yeah, not do that one. And then Slipknot says the only roller skate scene I can remember from a movie is in National Lampoon's Van Wilder.
Don't think I've seen National Lampoon's Van Wilder.
No, I've not seen that. And Slipknot, Kevin Bacon should work with Robert Eggers. Oh, okay. The Thing, Knowles wears roller skates. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. And then Tony says, Ian, I got a Sony 4K player that is region free. It plays DVD and Blu-rays from any region. Very fast and efficient company. I'll let you know the details sometime. Forgotten the name of the company. Yeah, it's what I will intend to get in the future, is to get one that has everything. So I've just got really the DVDs, but you need a Blu-ray region free, really. Sometimes I can get region free to work, but I press the it says you got to press on the on the buttons A, B, C, or whatever it is, and sometimes it works, but a lot of time it doesn't. So I want something I can just put it in the Blu-ray and it works without any messing around.
Yeah,
that's what I want. But I will get one. I am going to get one. I intend to. And continue. It was a UK-based firm. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, that's very good. I need to look into that. So I'd be interested in multi-region 4K player too, Tony. I need it for upstairs. Yeah, that's good. So I do remember they had a choice of Sony or Panasonic, either Blu-ray or 4K. All you have to do is change regions. Is press one of the colored buttons on the remote for the appropriate region before you put the disc in. Yeah.
Basically, everything that's being mentioned here used to be something that I used to read, and I used to follow an awful lot on something called AV forums, and basically they were what they call remote hacks.
Yeah.
The trouble with remote hacks is that as soon as you turn the power off, it goes back to its natural state. And if you wanted a pure multi-region, you had to put in a long code, right?
Yeah.
You had to have a programmable remote to be actually put the code in or scan it with a bar thing and send it for it to remember, right? Now, if I was to go down the multi-region Blu-ray route, I wouldn't get a 4K player that's multi-region, because 4K is always multi-region. I'd have them as two separate units and just put, but that's just purely because I've got enough HDMI sockets at the back of my sound amp that I can afford to do that. It's just that I know that if I was to have a 4K multi-region that was in other words, it made it multi-region for Blu-ray and DVD player, the 4K part breaks and that's it, you're stuck. So I always know that I just put my 4Ks in my 4K player and I put my Blu-rays in my Blu-rays. Do you see what I mean? And
I think that's what I intend to do, is get a Blu-ray player that does that has the
so I wouldn't go down the route of a 4K player that plays Blu-rays and the Blu-rays.
That's what I want. I have seen somewhere they've done the work on it. You don't even have to, press the handheld, the remote. You can put your disc in and it'll automatically.
Yeah, remote hack.
That's what I want. Because it seems the best way, So that's what I'll go down that road, I think. I'll try and find one that they've done. There is a company I know that do this. They must fiddle about, put some chip in or whatever.
Well, that's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
But like I say, you can still get away sometimes with just a long code. I've got a programmable remote that I used to do it for people, I don't know
Yeah.
whether it still works now, but not the remote. I'm talking about the hacks that you use
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I
They are
wonder.
hit and
Yeah,
miss.
yeah.
Most YouTube videos, by the way, will always be some American turning around and saying you can now play UK discs. And you want to turn around to him and say, yeah, but does it work the other way around, right? If I put
Yeah,
in an American disc, can I play it in the UK now?
yeah.
Because every bloody hack I keep seeing is for you guys to watch our British stuff.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean DVDs are no problem. It's the Blu-rays. Yeah, sounds similar to my multi-region Blu-ray player. Yeah, that's what I'm definitely going to get. They're starting to do it with music CDs. Some artists are only releasing their album on digital only instead of a physical release. Well, my opinion on that is just ridiculous. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole.
Yeah.
If I found it, if you Google multi-regional magic, it should be there. Oh right, is that's the company? Is it multi-regional magic? What is a pain if you collect a certain artist? You have to track a bootleg copy that someone might have done on eBay. Yeah, that could happen. I can see that happening. What can you do? You know, you have to go for the bootleg. What, because of that. I've got no sympathy at all, really, with this business. If people want to go for bootlegs, go for bootlegs. It's the best way. And Tony's putting a thumb up there. Yeah. Sorry, Jamie is. I don't think we've ever rented a TV. We just had a tiny one instead, laughing. Yeah. And they were, I remember the black and white TVs were tiny in sort of 60s. They were just like in a cabinet and there was this little screen. It was so when we got I remember when we got our first rented TV, it probably was about 15, 16 inch. It wasn't the really big ones, but for us it was gigantic. We'd been watching this small thing in a cabinet, so it was great. Absolutely wonderful. Those were the days. And then Stephen Moss said, we used to rent our TV. That's it, Granada. They did it, yeah, back in the day. Looked like a piece of furniture. Love that long. That's it. That was the sort of thing it was. They tried it as a piece of furniture.
That's why it was Granada, and then the other one was multi-broadcast, and another one was radio rentals. And that's
right.
because certain ones went back to years where you actually rented radios.
Yes, yeah. I know, I had to believe. And don't forget, you had to have a license for your radio.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And then Stephen Moe says, I remember watching Doctor Who on my uncle's black and white, possibly when I was a kid. Watching it in black and white made it more mysterious. Do you know, I get your point totally. I do. I remember watching Doctor Who on the small TV in black and white. It did. The pitch obviously wasn't as clear, but you didn't know then. You were happy with it. You was happy. But if you went back in time now, you'd be going, God, that picture's pretty awful. But
my first black and white portable was actually a 5-inch screen that was in a stereo system that had a radio.
Right, I remember that. Yeah. And also, I remember when we first got a portable TV, they weren't very good. When you had to have you buy an aerial with it and plug it in back, and you were it's moving aerial around. Absolute crap, really. The best thing was to get a proper aerial from the roof if you could get one linked up, because if you put the portable ones in, they weren't very good, were they?
Yeah. Still, it brings back happy memories of.
It does. It does. Yeah.
It brings back happy memories of vertical hold, horizontal hold,
Yeah.
contrast, and you had ghosting and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And of course you only had 2 channels or 3 channels. It was that bad then. Before Channel 4, I remember when you only had those 3 channels. Bud Spencer starred in quite a few comedy spaghetti westerns with Craig Hill. I know you've been watching your German spaghetti westerns as well, aren't you? I didn't know they had these sort of comedy ones. And then Simmo says, yeah, the only streaming service I watch is Tubi UK, and I watch the American and Canadian versions because they have different movies to what they have here. Oh well, that's an interesting thing. So same services in different countries have different movies.
Oh, my mate Mainmeister's just come in. Do you remember a company called British Relay?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't remember them, but I thought that might be because he's from Scotland, you see. So maybe it's up north.
There were quite a few, as I remember.
We had multi-broadcast and radio rentals and rumbelows, but
DR,
we never.
That's it. DR, I remember definitely. And as you said, rumbelows. They may have been a bit late, but I remember them doing it. It was a thing, wasn't it? The rental thing in cabinets. They were like in cabinets.
Oh yeah.
I
remember my nan rented a gramophone.
Yeah.
Well, they called them radiograms.
Yeah.
It was a radio with a record player built in, like a great big flipping coffin thing that took up the side.
Yeah. Oh right. Oh, this is good. Here, Madonna Confessions 2 Soft Pack CD, 16 tracks, HMV, $12.99. That isn't bad. That's not bad for 16. That's pretty good. So it's not the other special edition, which was 30 odd quid. I would pay that, I think. Even though I'm a tight so and so.
Yeah, if you read a little bit later on, he'll tell you the different prices that you're talking about. So
yeah. And then forget to mention, bought tickets for the Wes Anderson exhibition in London. Fancy meeting up Delboy.
I've always turned around and said I'd love to meet people. It's just all down to caring for my mum and that sort of thing. London is about 70 miles away for me. It's not that far a distance, but I've got to get down there and back and do that in the time scale that my sister can look after my mother, and that will be an 8-hour period. See what I mean? Unless we get carers in. So of course it's not beyond what could happen, but I'll definitely, if I find out myself when that exhibition is and when you're going, I'll certainly look. I'm going to meet a friend of mine at Pinfest this year, which is only 15 miles away, and already I've already paid for the carers, if you see what I mean, for my sister, for my sister to have somebody help her with caring for my mum.
So, right, yeah.
So it's not an impossibility. It's just the further away it is, the harder it is.
Oh right, yeah.
It's not like something like I can go up and see my mate Mainmeister in Scotland and then get back in the same day, is it?
No. And now Stephen Moore says the version you're on about here, which is the reason for that is that you get a photo shoot book with the CD, which is the same track list as the $12.99 version. So that explains it. It's a book. You're paying that extra to get a book, which is fair enough, I suppose. Yeah. And then Jamie says, Arrow Video are pissing me off at the moment too. I still haven't received the killer replacement disc because they sent it to the wrong address. Oh no, that's now dragging their heels, sending me another one.
Honestly, some of the customer service, is atrocious. Now, I don't have a problem with, say, like Amazon customer service. The thing that lets Amazon down is their delivery service, not Amazon themselves. If I ever phone up with a problem with Amazon, they basically give me so much money, it's unbelievable. Oh, we'll give you a £5 credit, we'll give you a £10 credit. Oh, we'll give you that back. You can keep it. All of that sort of stuff. It's just their delivery service is atrocious. You can put as many special instructions you like, telling you, I haven't got a safe place. They'll go and stick it in front of your bloody car or under your car, regardless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't care.
No. But if they sent it to the wrong address, well, it's not your, No,
but that's what I'm saying. The customer service is shit, then, isn't it?
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like you're suffering because they made a bloody mistake. You shouldn't have to suffer for not getting it. Yeah, that's terrible. Right? It's bad, very bad. Seymour says all these MPs are as bad as one another. I've never voted and never will. I understand that mentality totally. I do. MPs. Yeah, I do understand that. You need to vote just to keep the dangerous ones for out, Stephen. And then, what was it? God help us if we get a similar Trump-style government in the UK. We don't want a Trump-style government. Tony Hawk said, this is a very good point in today's political climate, Jamie. Steve Moss, Farage will probably end up being the new Prime Minister. I thought, well, that Burnham guy, I don't think Burnham will get it, actually.
Oh, what did he put in the paper the other day? If I get into power, I'm going to move the number 10 building to the north.
Yeah, I think that was just one of those mistakes he shouldn't have said. Somebody else said,
the thing about that is it's a little bit disrespectful. How many years has number 10 Downing Street been the place of residence?
No way. I think what he's trying to say, he's trying to think like he's the mayor, which is the mayor that moving powers over there. But somebody will probably come up to him and say, you can't do that. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Government doesn't work like that. It was one of those.
Even King Charles has changed things up that I don't agree with, saying, I don't even live at Buckhouse. So as far as I'm concerned, the royal residence is now not Buckhouse. It's
it still is Buckhouse traditionally.
I mean, everybody in the world thinks that's where the royal family lives. So why are you changing this?
Anyhow, we can get too controversial. And then Tony says, Fortnite this coming Monday, they reckon, if nobody else stands. Oh, right.
That's about Andy Burnham.
Oh, right. I'm not up to date on that. Right?
Yeah, because if there's a leadership contest, you have to have basically referendum type thing. So if there isn't anybody that stands up, then he'll be sworn in. So
I didn't think anybody would do it. It says, I'm a Burnham fan. I honestly think that it'll make a difference. Well, I hope so. I hope everybody hopes that they'll make a difference. But I don't know.
I'm in the sort of category that basically says, how many different leaders have they had now in that party, just like the Conservatives? And all it is a merry-go-round of different leaders going in. This country probably needs a different thing now, where there's always been just the two to choose from, and that's Labour and Conservatives. We need to go down a different tack now.
Yeah.
Because it's just been that way for as long as I've lived.
It has, yeah. Well, that's why Reform are cashing in on it. That's what they're doing. They know that. It's just that they represent, to me, a lot of very negative things, and they're not what they're meant to be. They're being backed by a lot of rich people, and that's a big clue. And Farage, can't stand him. But I understand what people want. change. But anyhow, yep, Si says, and agreed about Burnham. And then Bob says, anyway, it's time for bed. I probably rewatch on the replay. I have quite a few DIY jobs to do and still to comment on Dell's blog. Don't worry, I'll get there, I hope. Well, thank you anyhow for joining.
No, that's nice of you. It's really nice of you, Bob.
And then Si says, night, wee Bob. Jamie says, night, Bob. And night, Bob, Tony says. And then wee Bob, night, Si, night, Bob, and Tony, since he just commented, all the best for your Friday, everyone.
Which, by the way, is in about 5 minutes' time.
And then Si says, my mother loved Mrs. Brown's Boys. It's an older generation thing, I guess. I don't know.
The only thing I will say positive about Mrs. Brown Boys, I did actually listen to Mrs. Brown Boys back in the day when it was just a radio thing. And when it was a only released on DVD thing. It was I just didn't like it when the BBC bought it. The whole of her first season is her very first 4 DVDs she brought out.
Oh dear!
So it was just rehashed. So
yeah, and then James says rewatched The Graduate this week. Really enjoyed it, but don't you think it's rather implausible? All the attractive women throwing themselves at the socially awkward, vertically challenged Dustin Hoffman. I don't know. I've got a lot of love for The Graduate as a film. I really like it. I don't go into it too much. I just enjoy the story and the way Hoffman is. I mean, I think it's not his first film virtually. I think is his starring role, and he just smashes.
Probably
it.
His first major role.
Yeah, I think he may have popped up in other films, but not like that. That was the one that launched him into stardom, and I really like that. And I like Anne Bancroft.
I'm just going to get a bottle of water.
Yeah, Anne Bancroft is good as Mrs. Robinson. Such a lot of good things I like about that film. But yeah, it's like a fantasy thing, you know. You think, well, yeah, all these women throwing themselves at him. Yeah, I know I can get maybe why you say it, but you know, I get that. Jamie, have you heard of Rurouni Kenshin? My mate has just recommended it to me. And then Mate Meister says, evening, gents. Hope you are both well. We are fantastic. Thank you for joining us. And then Si says, hi, Mate Master. And then Mate Master says, our TV was rented from British Relay. Yeah, all these memories going back when we rented TV. It's just a different age. It's hard to think that we did that, but they were expensive, massively expensive. You couldn't afford them, and it was a way of keeping up with the new developments because they after a few years you could upgrade to the next one and the next one. I think, you know, the last TV I ever rented, I think, was one I wanted to upgrade to widescreen because I'd got some widescreen videotapes, which I wanted to see what the movies would be like. So I remember we upgraded to this more widescreen TV, and it was fantastic. Absolutely, absolutely loved it. But the only widescreen that I had was those videotapes, because generally they didn't show things on widescreen much on TV. It was all I don't know what it's called, but to do it a certain way. But yeah, they're good memories of renting. Who say, "Hope you're well, sir," and then So I said, yeah. Did anyone else have rediffusion? So I don't think we went to rediffusion, no, but I do remember. And there were also other electrical shops that did rent out TVs. Like in Leeds, there was a big electrical store called Valance's. It's probably disappeared now. And they did TVs, I remember, and we'd rent. You could rent from there if you wanted. Yeah, a lot of these places they disappeared. I don't think Valance's did. I think Valance's probably carried on. They do all sorts of electronic stuff. I think they went into doing maybe computers and other things like that, electronics, anything like that. And then think of our next RV came from rediffusion. Yeah, rediffusion. The dial on the wall. I don't remember the dial on the wall. I don't remember that. I don't know what that's about. And then Mainmeister, far simpler ways, which I miss daily. I know what you mean. There were sort of simpler times and sizes. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, simpler times. I meant no. Sorry, we understand. Yeah, they were things were simpler, I suppose. Then yeah, and then Cyprus thumbs up there. Mainmeister question: if you lads could go back in time for 1 week, what year and month would you pick? Ooh. That's a good question. There's quite a few periods I would be interested in. I think it would have to be yeah, it would be January 1649, end of the Civil War, really, with the execution of Charles I. I'd love to have seen all the political intrigue, seeing it there in front of my eyes, and signing of the death warrant with Cromwell and all the other regicides. I'd love to have seen that. And then the actual execution of Charles I, who was seen, he was executed, they consider, with great dignity as well. The way
so you're going to take a bar of soap and a flannel and a toothbrush and toothpaste with you, or are you going to shit outside out of a window?
Oh yeah, I forgot about all the other hygiene problems. Yeah,
you're there for a week. Remember, you're there for a week.
Yeah, well, if you went back to Victorian age, it'd be as bad as well. But I'll try and put that behind me and pretend that I can't smell anything. I've got a bad cold that week. But as historical events, or seeing the Battle of Marston Moor, God, that would be horrific, but also interesting.
How are you going to bloody see this without being shot?
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps you're invisible.
You ain't exactly got a helicopter looking at it from the sky, are you?
Perhaps you're invisible. I don't know. But I mean, there's so many. I mean, I could go back into Roman times, but I think because of my interest in 17th century, I would go to 17th century. But I mean, Egyptian times, Romans. But we romanticize, as you quite put it, really. You've hit it on the head, really. We romanticize a lot of history, and things are not what they seem.
Well, there's lots of events that I'd like to go back in history and say I'd probably like to be a fly on the wall for JFK's assassination and stuff.
Well, now at least that you won't have any smell problems. You're in the more modern era.
From a purely selfish point of view, I'd probably want to go back to one of the holidays that I had with my mum and dad, because I'd do anything to see my dad again for a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just a purely selfish one, because I could come up and say, "Oh, I remember I had a good week when I went and saw Live Aid."
Yeah.
You know, I could do anything like that. But when it comes to history, there must be a ton of things I'd like to be able to go back and see. Oh, that sounds good, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a lot of historical events. Yeah, I mean, so many.
But if you're going to be a peasant watching somebody get have their head chopped off and all that sort of stuff, I'm just thinking to myself, wow, the hygiene around that time weren't particularly good.
You're right. The hygiene didn't improve, and you know, it'd been like if I said, "Oh, I'd love to go and find Jack the Ripper," you know, knew the times of when he was supposedly making the killings, go to Whitechapel, but that wouldn't be a very nice area to go in. That would the hygiene problems would be there, you know, and you end up with all sorts of problems. The police wouldn't believe you, would they? What are you doing here, mate? You know, well, what if you went and they said, "Oh, you look suspicious, mate," you know? Yeah, it's a romantic thing, but in a way, I like your idea of more in your own lifetime, and then you could pick something easier. I think, you know. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you could pick, but yeah, that's a good thing to say. I can't think of anything else. But you made your point. Is there anything historical?
Oh, I told you. I said I might be interested in knowing what it was like around when JFK got assassinated.
Yeah. You know, that would be
just purely from the basis that I've seen so many documentaries on JFK. Yeah. I've seen so many of the film footage that obviously was just done by the cameramen that were around at the time. What would it have been like if you could actually have been one of those angles that they reckon it could have come from or something, and you knew that in advance and you went back and you saw it? You know what I mean? You know, that's the sort of thing where I go, and that particular era wasn't too bad when it comes to hygiene and stuff.
Yeah, you'd be all right. No, you'd be fine. And you'll find if there was another gunman, or was it just Oswald? That would be the question. If you knew where Oswald fired his shot, and you could go up there and see, that would be it. That would be a big, crucial question. Oh, what are you doing?
What's that?
No, I'm wondering what you're typing in.
Oh, well, Mainmeister's got to go shortly, but he's asked a question about his TV, so I've just given him a bit of an idea.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, let's get on with these. Steve Moore says, I would go back to see myself being born. 6th of November 1972. Oh, I don't know whether I would. Sorry, Simon says, yes, I own the first 3 Rooney Kaneshi. They're good fun. Cool. I think I'll look into getting them. Darren says, I go back to my early 20s and tell myself to stick with my love of illustration for a career.
Yeah, that'd be really weird seeing Jamie with hair, wouldn't it? Anyway, carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things, if we went back in time, we might change. I think so, yeah. Especially what we know now. So I'd love to go back to 1980 and watch the first screening of The Empire Strikes Back. I would love to watch everyone's reaction to the, well, you know, yeah, I get that. Maymeister, there's no logic to beautiful women and ugly men. Mick Hucknall, I'll leave it there, Your Honour.
Yeah, Mick Hucknall, was that from Simply Red, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
I mean, I always thought to myself, you know, he was the sort of like teen sensation for people that like My Little Pony.
Yeah, that's money
You know what I
talking.
mean? Because
Yeah,
all I remember about him is him bloody having that big long red hair tied up into a ponytail and stuff
yeah,
that on his back. And I just went to myself, you're only well liked because of your hair.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. um, and then Mick Hucknall looks like Philip Mitchell with a wig.
With a wig. Well, he
That's a
does.
really good one. It's a good description. Uh,
I remember when he chopped off his hair, everybody went off him.
yeah. Uh, now there's an image I don't want to see again. I don't think anybody wants to see him. I don't think I did see a recent picture of him, and he hasn't aged well. Quick bit of help. My 2-year-old Samsung will switch off and on randomly, regardless of what I've plugged in via HDMI. I tried unplugging from the mains for a few minutes with no success. Any ideas? Dell might give you some.
Yes, I've already given him an idea.
Have you? Oh, good. You've given him some advice. Good. So it says, yeah, Valances are long gone in. I remember getting a high five from them when first starting work. Oh, Valances. Yeah, so you do remember Valances. Ah, that's it. Brilliant. I'm glad you. Yep, that's it. It's not me going mad. Valances, yes. Does the Samsung switch off and off just an aerial in it? Right, chaps, it's past midnight, so I'm off to bed. Cheers. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Jamie, for joining us. And yeah, see you next time. So the hygiene could be the least of your worries if you came across Jack the Ripper, Ian.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it could be the least of my worries, but I don't think he did blokes, did he? It was all prostitutes.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that anybody that sort of like saw him dashing away from a crime
Yeah.
or anything actually ever caught up and got stabbed by him or anything.
No, I don't think they did. And then Si says, night, Jamie. Tony says, night, Jamie. And then Maymaster, not tried it with no HDMI cable plugged in. Worth unplugging everything and test it. And then Maymaster says, night, Muckmeister. And then Delboy, I would like to see if HDMI is causing a short. Maymaster, thanks. I'll give that a go. And then Maymaster, I best get off, lads. Good to see you both. Nighty night. Thank you for joining us. Then we've got Tony saying good night and thanks. And then Size, nighty night, guys. Great movie chat as always. Cheers to Ian and Delboy for tonight's entertainment. And the obligatory shout out to Mrs. Dell. And that's it. We've got to the end. Thank you, Si. We're here at the end. And we made it. Actually, I think it's been quite good. I know it's Thursday, isn't it, today? We'll be back next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, as always. I can't see it changing. I think now where matches are, it will be all right. We'll be back to normal next Wednesday. So we better go. I'm wittering on. Thank you, everyone that's joined us.
No, thank you.
I've got Seymour says good night, everyone. See you next week. Yeah, next Wednesday will be
next Wednesday.
Yeah. So thank you, Delboy, for joining us. It's been great, and thank you so much. So let's just say our farewells like we normally do. And then
So sorry. I must admit I'm a little bit tired, but
it's all right.
We always do the two Ronnies, don't we? So it's good night from me,
and it's good night from him.
Good night. So but I always do my salute from Frankie Howard because I just find that was always made me laugh when he said that at the end of it, all of the up Pompeys. But anyway, over to my friend Ian.
And all I've got to say is I'll see thee again. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
I'll see thee. Oh, it's taking